Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to a very special edition of the Stegosaur Pigosaur Monday, the Monday Night Wings of Liberty edition. I'm, of course, your host, Live VIP, and with me I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in chat, by my plushies as well. Welcome one and all to 2010. It's been a long time. It's been a very, very long time. It's great to be back. I've never casted Wings of Liberty myself, but we are jumping into our first series of the night, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Daybreak LE. We have the American Protoss player, the Orange Protoss. It is Bomioja. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the other American Protoss player, the Red Protoss for Regaming. It is a creature. If you're in the chat, !B, and you will get a link to the, of course, a bracket itself. You also get a link to the rule set, which is going to be a factor coming into this, as we are opening up with 8 workers. We have an 8-worker start here for both Bomioja and for Creature, and welcome one and all to the Wings of Liberty edition of the Stegosaur Monday, or the Pigosaur Monday. It has been far too long since I've ever seen a Wings of Liberty game. It's been a very, very long time, 2012, or I guess partly through 2013. It's been a long time. It's been a very long time. So again, we have a bit of a treat for you here. When it comes to the map pool, of course, we have some very old maps that we've not seen in a very long time. Maps like, oh, let me just quickly double check here. Maps like Scrap Station, Daybreak, Whirlwind, Shakura's Plateau, Ohana, let's go. Antigua Shipyard, and Metalopolis. Oh boy. Been a while. A lot of those maps that I just mentioned, I believe they were ported over into Heart of the Swarm for the first season. So even if you haven't seen Wings of Liberty, if you've only seen Heart of the Swarm, I believe you would have seen some of those maps as well. But for now, here we go. We are going to be settling in to Daybreak. Oh boy. It's been a long time. And I'm not too, I mean, again, just, you know, we're in the off season. We're in the off season of EVT, so why not have some fun, like playing some Wings of Liberty edition of the game set, I should say, maybe even Heart of the Swarm at some point as well. Bring back the Swarm host. Oh, no. For now, though, we're just settling in. For now, we are just settling in. Nothing too crazy. We're just making our workers here. We have our initial gate into Cybercore. Zeld first by Creature, just to be safe and sound. No Zeld here by Bomyoja. Now, these early Zelds and these early units, they do make a lot of sense here coming into the early to mid game, or coming into the early game of PvP. Just because of the lower worker count, it does mean you can be a little bit more aggressive early on with earlier gateway timings, with earlier proxies as well. We can see that Creature is playing very safe back at home. Meanwhile, Bomyoja is going to be a little bit more aggressive, going for a 2-gate opener or 2-gate variation with a second gateway on the way. Ooh, second gateway on the way. Meanwhile, Bomyoja is going to be moving up towards bottom right. Is going to be setting up a proxy. It's going to be a short series. I'm ready for the one base all in. No. So because the worker counts are a lot lower coming into the game, it means it takes a lot longer to actually even afford an expansion. So one base plays a little more viable. It's a reason why if you watch a lot of Wings of Liberty, there's a lot of one base play. There's a lot of one base games. Very rarely do you get into the late game in a Wings of Liberty game, at least especially in the first kind of half of the iteration of the game. Maybe a little bit more so in the later half. But now, Creature, he does push his way in. Uh-oh. Remember, there's no shield battery. Just bear that in mind. There is no shield battery. Stalker so far able to hold on, forcing Creature out. The pylon within range of the ramp here. Yeah, the pylon is within range. Stalker taking a lot of hits, and Bomyoja, he's gonna hold. He's gonna shut this down completely. He's gonna shut this down. Stalker's being forced back. Zeld's taking a lot of hits. We have more Stalkers on the way, and oh my god, as we warp in 3 Stalkers at a time. Behind this, we have a 3-gate setup as well. 3 gates for Creature, 3 gates for Bomyoja. 1 proxied. And Bomyoja has to get up on the low ground. It does pull away. Gets a pylon. Does get a pylon, but he's down the Stalker. Oh, he's down the Stalker. Creature is working his way through. Oh my god, this is loud. Is working his way through. Breaks through the initial line of Stalkers. Warping on the high ground. What? That's crazy. No shot. We can warp in on the high ground? Okay. Okay. Well, that's not a thing anymore. Anyway. Able to force the army back. Mate. Warping the Zealots. One at a time. And Creature, he's going to break through. He's going to break through this. Taking down all the Stalkers. And Creature trying to buy some time here, but alas, I mean, he's being overwhelmed. He's being overwhelmed at this point. Old pylon base made. the clownery, Papi, the clownery. Jesus, I was curious as to the purpose of the pylon, but yeah, I guess that's what it's gonna be for. To warp into the main from the low ground. And with that, Creature is overwhelming. He's getting to the mineral line. Pro's gonna be going down. Stalkers as well. Nice kiting here against all these workers. So far, it's gonna be 13 pro kills. And every worker's gonna fall. GG gets called, and Creature, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Creature does take a lead in the series. And I'll be honest, I expect most of the games here tonight to be like this, to be very short, to be hyper aggressive as well. We'll see if we do ever embrace, you know, a 3-4 base economy versus 4 bases. For now, though, GG. GG, well played. This is something that was patched out of the game. For those that are curious, you can no longer use a pylon to warp in on the high ground. That is no longer a thing in SE2, but in Wings of Liberty, mate, they didn't. It was the Wild West. It was the Wild West of SE2, you know, back in the day when things like that could still occur. So yeah, with that, GG, well played. That initial pylon was more of a threat than we otherwise assumed, and with that, we now have a lead for Creature getting into game 2. Game 2, it's family time, because Ohana means family. Let's go. We're loading into Ohana here. Once again, this is a map that did return in Heart of the Storm. I think actually most of these maps returned in Heart of the Storm at one point or another, but here we go. We're jumping in. As this was a part of the Dream Pool, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ohana, we have the American Protoss player, the Orange Protoss. Representing clan MN Bar. See? It is Bomioja. And spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have the red Protoss player representing Root Gaming from the land of the Americas. It is a creature. Here we go. 6 workers. I thought it was 8. Sorry, I thought it was 8 as well. My bad. 6 worker start. So my mistake. We're learning together. Here we go. So we have our 6 worker starts. Players going to be saturating. Likewise, welcome one and all to Ohana here. Very interesting main bases. I mean, our natural base is going to be very safe and sound. Despite that, no economic opening. We mentioned this before, but because of the low worker count, expansions are going to be delayed. One base play is a lot longer here, so there's a lot more chances for just one base all in, so as we did notice. We have our Zanagas in the center. Third base is actually a little bit more in an awkward position here. You can actually try to I can definitely see all-ins being a little more effective here on Ohana, as the third base is very much so isolated compared to the natural. Natural is a little bit more defendable. Yo, this ramp setup system is crazy. Like, let's go. I don't know if we're ever gonna get a 4th base or anything like that coming into this, but we'll see. We shall see. And once again, 2-gate opener. 2-gate opener at a creature. Bomioja going for the gate into Cybercore, so a little bit more of an economic start. I mean, I say economic start. I don't know if I can actually say that with full certainty here. Cybercore's on the way. And we're settling in. It also feels like the in-game sound is a little bit louder than usual. A little bit. Is this Ohana? Remember, guys, Ohana means family. It does mean family. Aha. Ohana. As we are moving out. Of course, there's a lot of little intricacies that are different in Wings of Liberty. There are units that just don't exist as well. True, there's no Disruptor, but there's also no Lurker, no Liberator, no Widowmine. Crazy time. As we are setting up. Second gateway is on the way here for Bomioja. And so far we have a much more passive start here. Do we see an expansion? Do we take our natural bases? Let's go. We're getting there. As creature is going to be scouting, checking his 3rd, checking his 4th location, making sure there is no proxy. Making sure there's no shenanigans afoot. And as we can see, yeah, there is none. We are going to be looking to go for a 4-gate setup. Here we go. We have a 3rd and 4th gateway on the way, so it's going to be a 1-gate, 4-gate all-in. 1 base, 4-gate all-in, what I meant to say. Let's go. I say 4 gates. This probe can set up a proxy across the map to commit into up to 6 gateways. Which I believe a full 1-base economy can sustain, at least somewhat. Yeah, there's that proxy. Nice force field locking down the Stalkers. Bomioja, he's got some moves. Catches that creature, gets 1, gets 2. Massive pickups, especially in the mirror matchup, by the way, to bring down 2 Stalkers already. Here comes that proxy to reinforce across the map, and here comes the 1-base all-in. Meanwhile, back at home, creature, he is going to have his own 4-gate setup. Again, it's going to be a Robo before 3rd and 4th gateway. What does this mean? This means Immortals. So even though things are looking a little bit dire, creature is going to be down 2 Stalkers, which is a big loss for creature. The Robo will make up for that. The Immortals will make up for that. Observer first. Pilot is done. I'm assuming that Bomioja is going to set up a proxy, but for now he is still reinforcing back at home. There we go, warp gate's done. Show us what you got. Okay, not going for the proxy gateway. Oh, the warp-ins are so fast. Like, I was focusing a lot more on the high ground possibility warp in, but with you don't need a gateway. Like, that was an insanely fast warp in. like we're used to it, like in current StarCraft, how you without a gateway, like the warp ins are so delayed. But I mean, true, like this is part of why like 1-base 4-gate all-ins were all the craze in Wings of Liberty, because I mean it's I mean the pylon's crazy. you could just warp in. Don't need a gateway. Oh my god. Bomiyaji scouted the expansion. He's aware. Or I should say that he doesn't quite see the expansion, does see the setup, does get a natural, and he's not committing. Okay, we're expanding. Let's go. But yeah, that warp in just caught me off guard, and sorry, I didn't notice it last game either. But yeah, crazy. Is there a list of mod changes for the tournament? This is not a mod. This is just Wings of Liberty, basically. So I'm sure that on Wikipedia there's probably a list of what the game was looking like when it came to the last patch of Wings of Liberty, but that's what this is off of. So unfortunately, I don't have like a full list of what the game was like, but I'm sure it exists. I'm hoping it exists like on Wikipedia or something. Meanwhile, 2-base Colossus, let's go. As they're building up, of course, no adepts. We're headed towards Colossus production here from the side of Creature. Meanwhile, we do see Bob Mialja working towards Immortal production and his own Blink Stalkers. If I recall correctly, the Immortal was a very different, it's a bit of a different unit coming into this as well. Because I believe Hardened Shields did work differently in Wings of Liberty. Pylon is going to be shut down. And Bomiyaja can move out. Creature, that's a name I've not heard in a while. Yeah, Creature, he returned to competitive play at the start of 2024. So it's been great to see Creature's return to competitive play and his growth over the past year. We've been covering him at Cheesedelphia. And he's been playing in OSC events and online Open Cups. Ooh. As he does depower the gateways. And he's going for the gateway itself. Gee, it's so loud. Why is it so much louder? No, back in 2012, units they were just louder in general, you know. These boomer units, Kappa. Behind this, we have more gateways on the way, working towards charge. Interesting. So getting into a charge-based composition. Colossus building up for Creature. Rocks being knocked down. I didn't even notice. Okay, there are rocks to gain access to the third base. Okay, this is really interesting when it comes to map layout. Okay. That makes the third base much more secure. True. Much more secure. Building on more Colossus. Except the one that's finishing up here for Creature. Bomiyaja has yet to take in that direction himself. As his observer does confirm the third. Bomiyaja one step behind economically at least. When immortals are immortal, It's louder for us to remember this game. True. We can't hear it otherwise. This Creature moves out. Does get eyes on the third. Can't compare it to his own. Is where he is slightly ahead. This isn't a part of the map, right? I don't think so. Yeah. I think it's just aesthetics. I was like, can we just like warp in here? No. I believe outside of the bounds of the map. As yeah, the game is going to slow down. We're actually getting to a 3-base economy. Okay, I wasn't sure if we would, especially after even the openers here. But no, we're slowing things down. We're building up on 3 bases, getting to mass charge Archon Colossus from Creature. Meanwhile, Bomioja has a more Blink Stalker Immortal heavy composition. His own Colossus production is delayed, which is concerning. Colossus, they do amazingly against light units, that is true, but here against a Gateway composition, they can do very well as well. So I'm concerned for Bomioja. His Immortals are going to be great against Stalkers, but he's not up against Stalkers. Okay, Creature is amassing. Building up. Looking to move out. Bomioja, he does spot this. Hitting force field threat. The Colossus, no! The Colossus is going to go down. Massive pickup. Nice force field, slowing down the Immortals. And the Immortals are going to fall. The first one does go down. The first 2 even. Yeah, and from here, Creature just breaks through. He just breaks through the defensive line. Remember, no shield batteries. Likewise, there's no shield battery overcharge. Sorry, there's no energy overcharge either. Photon overcharge, that's what I was going for. Right, there's no mothership. That was in Heart of the Swarm. No mothership core, I should say. And GG gets called. Creature, he breaks through, and Creature, he will take the series at 2-0. GG. GG, well played. It's, yeah, hard to think about a time, but both in Heart of the Swarm and in Legacy of the Void, like different units or different kind of things were added to the game to actually help Protoss defensively, whether it came to either shield batteries, whether it came to the mothership core, then eventually the Nexus overcharge and the Pylon overcharge as well, until we finally got to the iteration that we have now. Yeah, I mean, that does help quite a bit when it comes to helping Protoss defend, survive, and actually, you know, have a greater defender's advantage. That doesn't really exist here, actually, anywhere near as much. Like, what is your defender's advantage outside of, like, maybe a better concave or a better position? Because, of course, your opponent's able to warp it and reinforce as quickly as you do, and you have no other, like, kind of defensive structures. Regardless, GG. GG, well played. Creature, he will take it. He will advance on into the next round. And we'll have a look at the bracket here to figure out where we're headed and where we are going. Let's go. Here we go. Colossi are artillery instead of anti-light, right? Yes, they're just high damage AoE. Yes, yes. That's why Colossus-based compositions were very standard back in the day. Yeah, it wasn't as necessary to kind of like diversify. I mean, there was no way to diversify, right? There was no disruptors in the game. There was Storm, of course, but yeah, Colossus, they just have their way with everything. Doesn't matter if you have Marauders or if you have Roaches, for example. Colossus, they still do well for yourself. They still do well for themselves. True, true. GG. GG, well played. And with that, exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves. Let us catch up on what has been going on. From the top, we have Dark. Dark, he's waiting for the winner of Rough and Ageddon, is waiting in the round of 16. We have Indy. Indy takes down Dave Tesla 2-0. Foxer versus Soltol is currently mid-series as well. Scrolling down, we have Jimmy. Jimmy waiting for the winner of Prom and Jovka. We have Shameless waiting for the winner of Exo Striker and Patches. Exo Striker, that's a name that I haven't seen in a long time. Exo Striker, he basically retired what, 2 years ago, 3 years ago? It's been a very long time, so I'm happy to see Exo Striker. Warren making a return. Warren, also a name that I have not seen in a very long time. Warren versus Soita when it goes up against Gerald. We have Rebellion taking down Hatsu up against Deka in the next round, and Creature has his next opponent. Warren takes down Soita. Creature takes down Bomioja. We have Mute versus Haveritz, and we have our next series, Creature versus Nicoract, a PvT in the next round. Our hope is to catch up with Mixu later on in the tournament. So that's going to be the hope, at least initially, is to catch up with some Mixu action. Oh. As I message some of the players and let them know. Here we go. Creature. Nicoract. Beautiful. And this is what I was looking forward to. So Creature is an older player, straight up. He's an older player in SC2. Creature's been around for a very, very long time, and he's going to be going up against one of the young bloods. He is going up against a player that started competing and did not play StarCraft 2 until Legacy of the Void. It is, of course, Nicoract. It is, of course, Nicoract here. I'm confirming with him as well. Nicoract, he's letting me know that he has not played the game, or he started playing StarCraft back in 2017. So he did start competing it back in Legacy of the Void. So this is what I'm looking forward to. I want to see how players who have never played Wings of Liberty before interact. So this is going to be applicable to players like Nicoract, Shameless. Shameless is another one who I believe never played Wings of Liberty. Who else? Gerald. I wouldn't be surprised if Gerald never played Wings of Liberty. Gerald, he's a little bit newer. Mixu's a little bit newer as well. True. There's actually a lot of younger players that I'm looking at here, like Mixu, like Exo Striker, Shameless, Jumi as well. True. Jumi is also a younger player. Yeah, players that probably never touched Wings of Liberty. Actually, did you ever play Wings of Liberty? I'm asking Jimmy as well. I don't think he has. He's a baby. Okay, Jimmy letting me know he started playing at the end of 2011, but he doesn't remember a single thing. Okay. He's played it before. Jimmy, I mean. Dark, true. Dark would have never actually played because Dark was competing, but Dark, he was one of the Kesper boys, like Kesper teams and Kesper players. They didn't actually start playing StarCraft until Heart of the Swarm. True. Or I say Heart of the Swarm until like the very end of no, yeah, I think it was like the first season of Heart of the Swarm, right? 2013 was when we had the hybrid pro league, right? Was that 2013 or 2012? One of the two. Oh, true. No BCs, they can't blink. I forgot about that. True. They cannot blink. They're more balanced. No. A lot of changes. Alright, we have our game. We have our lobby, and we are loading into our next series, into round 16, Nicoract versus Creature. Let's go. An old school player against someone who's a lot newer here to the competitive scene, at least relatively so. And we're loading into Daybreak once again. Here we go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Daybreak, we have the blue Terran, the red Terran player with the red Terran himself representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nicoract. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player representing Root Gaming. It is a Creature. And if we're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim this series. Best of luck in the chat. Get your gambler going while you can as we dive in. Let's go. Again, Nicoract, he was letting us know that he actually never played StarCraft before 2017, so his first and only experience with SC2 is Legacy of the Void, not Heart of the Swarm or Wings of Liberty. Meanwhile, Creature has been competing, I believe, since Wings of Liberty. Like, Creature has been an old school pro player for a very, very long time. I'm not too sure when he did debut, but he's been around a lot longer, and I would imagine he has played and competed in Wings of Liberty before. Here we go. So we are going to be settling in. Likewise, we have the destructible plates. We have the depot on the low ground. Let's go. Of course, this is before destructible plates were actually like properly added, so we would actually introduce depots. This is the GSL version of Daybreak, which I believe incorporates that as a way to balance the game. For those that are curious, back in the day, this was not the standard, and things like bunker rushes would be a little more commonplace, where you can just wall your opponent into their own bases. That is the reason why in current StarCraft we actually have these destructible plates, or here these neutral depots, to make sure that a player cannot build on the low ground. So that was a balance change that was added a little bit longer into the lifespan of Wings of Liberty, or of StarCraft. Cannon rushing, yeah, I still remember. Oh my god, what? Oh god, it was in Pro League. My memory of cannon rushing on the low ground. Jesus, what map am I thinking of? I'm blanking. I was talking about this map not too long ago. The Wall of Ruin. That was on. Jesus. There was a map in Heart of the Swarm where I think it was like the entrance to the natural was 3 nexuses wide. Do you remember that? Do you remember that nonsense? Jesus. Was it Daedalus Point? No. Not Daedalus Point. It was Daedalus something, right? I think Daedalus Point was a different map. Maybe it was Daedalus Point. Hold on. Daedalus Point Liquipedia. This was in the map pool in 2014. Yeah, Daedalus Point. Yo, I remember the name of the map. It was disgusting, Pappy. It was disgusting. It was crazy. Anyway, Nicoract going to be opening up Marauder. Jesus. Does open a Marauder into a CC. Moving up with his first 2. Marauders do move out across the map. Creature back at home. He has the high ground. He has 1 Stalker so far. Gateway into Robo. Warp Gate is still halfway done. It's being crowed out as we speak. And with just the 1 Stalker, Nicoract, he can break through this again. Nicoract, he's known for his aggression, known for being in your face. And he will break through that first Stalker. Has to back off. Creature, he pulls back. Looking to expand on low ground. Second Stalker is about to pop. Nicoract making his way in. The boys are being pulled. He gets 1, he gets 2, he gets 3. 3 probes going down. The first Marauder is going to fall. He gets a 4th probe. Not a bad trade. 4 probes for 1 Marauder. Immortal production is now underway. Should finish up, and with that, creature should hold. Should hold on behind this. Of course, Nicoract is expanding. Getting into a 3 racks follow-up, and still just massing on Marauders. Oh my god. Sim, of course, being prioritized. Concussive Shell is already done. And Nicoract, can he break through this? I mean, Immortals are not going to do too well here against these Marauders. There's only 3 though. And we have a force field. Yeah, very nice force field. Locking him down. Gets 1 Stalker, but just the 1. Whew. And with that, the wind has been taken out of the sails of Nicoract, and he has to back off. He has to retreat. Rushing into +1 behind this, and we can calm down. Whew. Okay, we can calm things down. Very clutch force field. Here, creature moving out. Forcing Nicoract back. And now we can slow things down. There we go. Bays on the way. Did mention earlier that Colossus are a little bit more well-rounded here in Wings of Liberty. I say that, I mean they can do everything. Scan, reveal, saturation. Nicoract just making sure. No extra gases, no hidden tech, none of the natural. And again, coming into this, I would favor Nicoract in Legacy of the Void, in current StarCraft. But here in Wings of Liberty, I'm less certain. I'm a little bit less certain here. Does the experience pay off? Goals to do 15 times 2 damage flat. That's crazy. Crazy. As the Observer gets called out. Keen eyes out of Nicoract. Let's go. Shuts down the Observer. building up more Marauders, making 2 at a time, getting to an add-on swap into his medevac production. He's getting there. His back at home creature still building up as well. First Colossus halfway done. He's rotating. He's going to rotate over. I mean, this is a pretty defendable location here. Like, whether it's force fields here at the main ramp, we have a second ramp as well. Nicoract trying to push into 2 bases is not going to be easy. So creature is secure. He's going to be secure in his 2-base setup. And getting a third is going to be a little bit more difficult here, but he's able to build up his Colossus. He's got 1, soon to be 2. And Nicoract, do we throw down a third CC? He scans. There's an opening. There's a way up. There's a way up the ramp. Army's out of position. But I don't think he has enough to really break this location. Yeah, has to retreat. Has to retreat from here, playing it safe. Does pull back. Pull away for now. He does rotate. I'm going for the third. Creature thankfully does spot the rotation with the Zelnaga. Does spot it, is in position, is ready. Force fields are ready as well. Trying to shut down the army. Nicoract stims in. Does step forward, trying to break through, but alas, he won't be able to. He gets completely shut down. Should we tell Nicoract that Colossus do even more damage against Marauders now than they used to? Should we? Because I don't think he knows. I think he realizes how terrifying this army is. He's like, mate, my Marauders, they're melting. What's going on? That's crazy. Marauders, do they just have less HP? No. Little does he know, Bobby. We're up to 3 Colossus now. Oh my god. And with that creature, he's going to be secure. I want that Colossus. Oh, no. I mean, it did mean that Protoss armies were a little bit more one note. Of course, nowadays, the Protoss splash damage units are a little bit more specialized. So there's more reason to diversify and actually make disruptors. Back before disruptors, man, you just mass Colossus. That's all you need. Just build them up. Viking production has begun. Nicoract getting his third. Meanwhile, speaking of diversifying, creature is getting his Temple Archives, working towards Storm. As this is getting up to a 4 Colossus. Jesus. So we are building up. Double over to the main. There's no recall! Look. I clicked on the base, I clicked on the Nexus, no recall. Oh my god, Jock gets in. That trades well. Has to respect the Colossus. And from here, can't lift, can't pull away, there's no blink. Yo, I forgot, no recall. Yo, simpler time. Okay. Happy. Let's go. True. I think the mothership can still. What does the mothership have? I think it still recalls, maybe? I would imagine it does. I don't know if we're ever gonna see a mothership today, but you know what I'm looking forward to? I'm looking forward to the Vortex. I want to see a Vortex tonight. Okay, that's all I want. That's all I want, Pappy. I want a proper Archon toilet. Throw it down. Mothership has Vortex and Recoil, yeah. Where's your Colossus now? Borders take time to overcharge. Yeah. Well, you have to you target your buildings to build up the overcharge. True. What? Who came up with that idea? Like, but true. You have to charge up the lasers. As creature is going to be contained on 3 bases. Building up. Storm is soon to finish. Behind this, Nick reckoning to his own 3-base economy. Throws him into the main. Gets shut down. Prism does fall. Building up more Vikings. As the Viking count gets higher and higher, that's where we need more storms. And that's where Nicoract will soon have to transition into his own Ghost production. Ghost Academy is done. And he has some EMPs available. He's got 3 Ghosts with his main army. Is pushing. Storm has completed. He's got how many? He's got 10 Vikings so far. EMP. Ooh, does connect. Oh my god. Brutal EMPs. No storms. 0 storms. And Nicoract, he will overwhelm. He shuts down the army. Takes down the Immortals. Not a single storm. And with that, he'll just roll over. He'll roll over everything that's left. Lands the Vikings. The only Storks remain. And GG gets called. Nicoract takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Those EMPs were brutal. The initial EMP didn't quite connect with the High Templar, but we had a second, a third EMP as well. Did blanket everything, and with that, no storms, with that, no splash damage, and Nicoract takes game 1. Whew. GG. Does take the first game. Does snowball from there. With that, Nicoract takes the lead in the series, and we'll see if Creature can bounce back here. Again, it was a very exploratory start to the game. It felt like it felt like Nicoract was trying to figure out, like, it was almost like watching him like learn how to walk again. He was like, okay, how does this work? Can I rush into Concussion? Can I rush into Marauders? No? Okay, we'll back up. Can I dive on the Colossus? No? Okay, I'll calm down. Testing the waters. What works, what doesn't. And here we go. We're going to be loading in once again to the family. We're here to see the family. Sporting in the bottom hand corner of Ohana, we have the red Terran player leading the series 1-0 for the Platinum Heroes. It is Nicoract. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player representing Root Gaming. It is Creature. Here we go. Yo, we're hearing music that we never hear when we're, like, playing games. Like, when we're casting. Like, the Wings of Liberty soundtrack. Yo, let's go. So we calming things down. Is this a bar music? I think so. Maybe. Obviously, we switched to a different song, but it's been a while. But not just disruptors, but in general, disruptors like shield batteries as well, right? Like, that isn't a factor. We spoke about that in the PvP, how the defensive position for Protoss is a lot weaker here. Likewise, they're less mobile because there's no recoil either. Like, map vision and map control is so much more important here for a player like Creature now, to make sure he's able to keep up with drop play. I mean, I guess the pylon makes up for that, true. Like reactive, like warp-ins, you no longer need gateways to keep everything powered. You can just warp in as quickly as possible. I guess that will help a little bit more. At least a little bit. Regardless, from here, we're calming down. We're settling in. No proxy, no pro battle on the map. Waiting for our gate into Cybercore into expand, or at least we attempt to. Nicoract opening up Marine first. Oh, true! Oh, wait. Does open up Marine first. Reactors on the way. Okay, this time not rushing into Marauders. Not this time. But I'm a little bit surprised that we haven't seen the old Reaper. A little bit surprised. I mean, the Reaper was a very different unit back in the day. Very different. Where it could just chew through buildings. It's just a very different unit in general. Old Reaper was very. It was. I mean, it was. Yeah. It was just very different. It was just different unit. Different unit. Back in the day. Yeah, I was about to say. I was about to say if it required a tech lab, and apparently it does. So if it requires a tech lab, it's never worth making, because you never go into a tech lab and not make like a marauder, right? Or like working on upgrades and make marines. Like, yeah, it's kind of a weird initial phase of the Reaper where now it of course has the initial role of scouting, right? Like that's really all the even nowadays you could argue that the Reaper is a really weird unit because it only has its place in the early game, and that is it. Then you never make the Reaper again, and you could argue that's like probably bad unit design. But they probably just wanted to do something with the Reaper because they had made it in the base game. They just made the unit, so now it's just like a scouting unit early on. I don't know if there's another example of a unit in StarCraft that has so little of a lifespan, like in a standard game, right? Where it's just you make it to scout and that's it. Of course, there's like Proxy Reaper and there's like 3 Rex Reaper. There are certain specialized builds like cheese into Mass Reaper, but yeah, like even in modern StarCraft, like it's a bit of an odd one. Every other unit in the game more or less has kind of like its own specialization, like its own place. Hellions useful in the mid game. What do you mean? Yeah, Hellions are useful in the mid game. I mean, we're talking about modern StarCraft. Like, same with playing mech, right? They have their place in mech compositions. Do we see mech at some point tonight? Potentially. Might get there. Now Nicoract going to be opening up 1-1-1. A very delayed CC out of Nicoract, going for a faster Banshee opener. Cloak is on the way. From the side of Creature, we've seen more or less this kind of opener here. 2 gates into, I mean, a delayed 3rd gateway. Oh, that was interesting. Did you see that? Do you have to, back in the day, you have to manually morph in your warp gates. Because I was looking at the main base, and it was just kind of weird seeing the regular gateway. But yeah, that had to be manually warped in. Meanwhile, the Banshee does arrive. There is an observer. Thankfully, there is an observer. Has to turn back around. Probe's going to be falling. And the observer does respond. So far, getting up to 4 kills, 6 even, 7. 7 probe kills. And with that, the second Banshee does arrive. I mean, there's no Blink, right? There's no Blink Stalkers, so these Stalkers are having a very hard time keeping up. This was a Robo-based opener, not a Twilight Council, so we're lacking mobility. Marines are rushing in. There is soon to be a Colossus, though, so Nicoract has to be careful. He's doing well for himself, but he can focus down that Sentry. Sentry goes down. Going for the Immortal. Stutter steps in. And the Immortal, it barely should. Oh no! It survives! There we go, does go down. The Creature holds. Whew. He pulls the boys, does hold on, does force Nicoract back. Nicoract, he preserves those Banshees. Getting ready for a second wave. The Creature holds. Cannons are getting in position. I think we saw mech like twice in Pro Wings of Liberty SC2. Do you remember Rain versus... Was it Rain versus Boxer? Was it Rain versus Boxer at MLG? I remember that. That was mech. That was a TVT though, but that was like mass BC mech in the late game, if I remember correctly. Good times, good times. This was the Terran Rain, not the Protoss Rain. Yeah. Yo, Hunter Seeker missiles? Wait, is that a thing? No. Were Ravens a thing in Wings of Liberty? Were they? I don't think they were. Hunter Seeking Missile, that would have been in Heart of the Swarm. Yeah. Is a thing. Okay. True. That was not a unit introduced in Heart of the Swarm. Wings of Liberty. Those were dark times, mate. You would like target your own medevac? One of your own units, send it in. As we have a Banshees rotating behind the base into the mineral line. Once again, wreaking havoc. Once again, there's still no blink. Nicoract achieving quite a lot of damage so far with these Banshees. Back at home, building up his bio. Third TC is on the way. What about point defense turn? Yo, that's a blast from the past. That's it. That was Heart of the Swarm. Was it? Look for about 15 seconds. You can literally just walk the single unit away as it folded slowly. Jesus, as together these missions, 26 probes! Oh my god, we don't have the kill count as the WCS Gameheart mod does not quite work here, but 26 probes going down to these two Banshees. Look at this, 12 and 14. The kills are crazy. These Banshees, they're winning Nicoract the game. They're just tearing also Christiana, tearing creature apart. Behind this, getting his third, building up his bio. Blink is finally gonna finish. It's still on the way. But again, the lack of anti-air was brutal. With that, Nicoract taking his third. Building up his bio, does have the supply lead. And trying to push into Star Base, not going to be easy. I mean, the entry point here is a little bit wider, true. It's a wider entrance. Can, of course, rotate over towards the natural. But we can see Nicoract playing it safe. He doesn't commit, instead, second starport, Mass Viking. Mass Viking production, there's that add-on swap, making 4 Vikings at a time. Stargate, some cannons. I mean, yeah, there's cannons in position. Blink is now done. Now creature has something more secure. You can see he's in position in the main. The problem here, though, is that it did take too long. It did take far too long here to get this set up. And with that, Nicoract is in a better position. His army is huge. Jesus. It's a terrifying army. And he's getting ready for his push. Ravens had that win ability and Weasel that negated missile attacks. Yeah, point of entry. Yeah. Jesus. Dark times. Dark times. Okay, he scans ahead of time, spots the main army. This Fort Colossus, that's what the Vikings are for. They need a charge. First Colossus is going to be going down. Oh, that's a lot of swipes though. And Nicoract taking a lot of damage by the Colossus. Despite that, can he break through? He will reset the Colossus count. But the Stalkers, they can hold their own. Land the Vikings! Oh, Vikings do land. And Nicoract, he barely will maybe have enough. It's close, very close. Does break through. Takes down the final Immortal. And with that, Nicoract, he snowballs out of control. Breaks through the defensive line. We have a Warping of Zealots. And they can trade well against these Marauders. but it's just too much to handle. The Banshee's still alive. The Banshee. It's got 19 kills. And the third base has been broken. Stutter steps in. And GG gets called. And Nicoract, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the next round. GG. GG, well played. Nicoract, he will take the series, will advance on. Congratulations, my condolences to Creature. It was an interesting dynamic between the two. Again, we saw that Nicoract, it was a lot of fun kind of seeing him like test things out. As a reminder, Nicoract, he only started playing StarCraft in 2017. Nicoract is a much younger player, much younger, so he was not around back in the day. And yeah, with that, initially, you know, starting things off with a fast concussive shell build in game 1 into fast stim, trying to test out the power of the initial Marauder. Then here in game 2, able to go into a 1-1-1 before expanding into Cloak Banshees, and he killed 26 probes at the start of the game. It was insane just how much damage he dealt, abusing the robo opener of a Creature, abusing the lack of anti-air or the lack of mobility when it came to his anti-air. Did pull him apart. GG, well played. Nicoract, he will claim the series, and we need to take a moment here to catch up on what's been going on. Where are we dropping? Do we have a series? We might, as we have no updates so far. Mute, he's up against Havertz in the first round. Here we go. Just messaging some players, making sure we're all good. And we're heading over to the European region, to Europa. We have a next series. Nicoract, he's about to begin against Mixu. So Nicoract versus Mixu is the next series. Heading on over, Deca takes down Rebellion 2-0. Big win there for the French Protoss player. Does advance on into the next round, waiting for the winner of Gerald and Warren. Scrolling up, do we have any other updates though? We have Shameless. Shameless takes down Exo Striker 2-0. Foxer takes down Soltol, and we have Ruff taking down Acheron as well. So looks like the round of 16 is well underway, but we are diving into the quarterfinals. We have our quarterfinals match. Good to go. Just letting the admins know the scores. Beautiful. Here we go. Now we get to experience some Zerg. Let's go. For the first time. But it is going to be a banger, and Vita's underway, so we're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll have Mixu versus Nicoract coming up next. See you soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the quarterfinals. The quarterfinals of the Monday Night Wings of Liberty. We have our top two. We have our, or I should say, we've reached our upper echelons here into our top 8 of players, and we have our Terran, we have our Zerg. A Zerg player for the first time tonight. And here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner, or I guess top right-hand corner of Daybreak. We have the red Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nicoract. And spawning in the bottom right-hand, bottom left-hand corner, we have the Finnish Zerg player, the blue Zerg. It is Mixu. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Coming into this, if we were casting these two in modern StarCraft, in Legacy of the Void, I would say that it's going to be quite hard to call. I could see this going to the ace match. I might lean slightly in favor of Nicoract, just because he's been a little more active as of late, but Mixu is still a very comparable player. Here in Wings of Liberty, though, I should have messaged Mixu. I know that Nicoract started playing in 2017. I don't know when Mixu started playing, so that's my bad. I should have asked him. Coming into this. Mixu is also a younger player. So it's also very likely that he never played Wings of Liberty before this tournament. Chances are quite high. Now, though, we're settling in. Let me calm things down. Setting up for the hatch first. 15 hatch opener here at a Mixu. Likewise, Nicoract going CC first. Okay, you have my attention. For the first time tonight, Nicoract going CC first, also on the low ground. Very greedy build here by Nicoract. Imagine if Mixu had gone for an earlier pull timing with earlier lings, then Nicoract would be in a lot of trouble, but that is not the case here, so a bit of a gamble, but is going to pay off. Ooh, Mixu going hatch before pull. Very greedy here. Essentially a gasless opener on Daybreak. Can we get away with this? I mean, the choke, these are some choke points. Mate, what the hell? Okay, first things first. Very narrow ramp coming in towards that natural base, so very defendable location here on the high ground. Likewise, a narrow ramp coming in towards the third as well. There's no point of elevation, but I can see the rationale here of playing gasless. So a gasless build out of Mixu. I will say that this third and natural are very far apart. They're very spread out from each other. That is going to be a little bit more difficult to keep up with, but the attack paths themselves are very one note, and that will help here when it comes to defending with purely queens. As gas is now on the way, so it's going to be delayed gas opener here. Just hatch, pull into gas. And we'll see how we build up. Likewise, Nicoract back at home. CC first, into Rax, into Reactor. I believe it. No SCV Scout. Yeah, no SCV Scout out of Nicoract. He has no care in the world as to what Mixu is up to. He's just going to be focusing here on his own game. Three hatch before pull was very common, if I recall correctly, because Terran has nothing to punish. Exactly, right? Like, as we were mentioning earlier, there is no Reaper. So there is no early game harass outside of an all-in or outside of like a proxy setup, true. But you're not wrong. There isn't as much urgency to get queens and to get lings and to get link speed early on as there usually should be in ZVT. So the lack of Reaper is actually a big factor here. Oh my god, and we're playing mech? Let's go, let's mech it up, papi. Second and third building gonna be on the way. It's gonna be a double factory out of Nicoract going into Mass Hellion, I would imagine. Of course, Cyclone is not a thing, so battle mech, it wasn't really applicable here as a terminology in Wings of Liberty. There was just mech, which would be Hellion into tank. As Hellions are amassing. Here we go. Building up his Hellions. So far catching an Overlord as well. Love to see it. Does supply block Mixu. As Nicoract does pull away. Pulls away back home. Tech Lab here, we'll see if we do invest into tank production or into Blue Flame. There it is, Blue Flame is on the horizon. So building up towards blue flame. Currently Mixu is in the dark. He doesn't actually, yeah, he doesn't really know what's going on. He has yet to really confirm the main. He could dive in with the Overlord, but has yet to do so. So Mixu has yet to confirm what is happening in the main bases. Back at him, trying to build up. Drone's going to be going down. So far, one drone kill, just the one. So Mixu does pull back. Behind this, taking gases. Evo chamber on the way for +1. Mixu, he needs to confirm what's going on. Third TC on the way. Nicoract building up towards his third base. Interesting location for the CC. That's what I will say. Based on where the third base is. He's going to be initially Carapace into Bailing, so Ling Bane here from Mixu. Little does he know that Hellions are banking up, and without something like Roaches, without Bailings ready for this can hit like a truck. As that is a third factory on the way, so fully embracing mech. There's the double armory as well for double upgrades. Hellions are revealed. Queen's moving forward. And Lings, can they keep up with this? Blue Flame is done. Oh my god. There it is. Roach Warren in a panic. And the Hellions are forced back. Okay, so far so good. Mixu's holding. Getting a very late Roach Warren out of Mixu. Queens are trying to keep up with the rotations. Boys, they pull away in time. So far, good reaction, good response here by Mixu. Does pull away, does survive. And now we can embrace the longer game state. We've made it. We survived. So with that, Nicoract, he has map control, true. He has more Hellions moving out. Still more Hellions on the way. Getting up to a 5 factory setup. Now landing his third. But no economic damage. From here should be Ling Bane Roach Ravager, or Ling Bane Roach. Oh. Hellions, they threaten a dive. And so far, they are going to be shut down. One gets surrounded. Still a lot of Hellions. Still a lot of Hellions. Behind this, siege mode is being researched. Of course, for those who do not remember, tanks, they do not come out of the factory knowing how to siege up. They have to learn it. They have to learn it separately. But is on the way. As Lings, they counterattack, they delay the CC. They force some of the Hellions back home. Even getting SCV kills. Not bad. A couple of SCVs do fall. Now we're getting through that mass tank production. Creep tombs are armored. Yo, let's go. Meanwhile, Mixu out of position. Yeah, Hellions have the high ground. Takes down the Bailings. They dive into the mineral line. It's a one-way trip. And they will make it in. Spine crawler's done. Hellions, they get one extra drone. No major damage. Lings coming in with a run by. They run into reinforcements and they won't get much done here. Mixu pulls away. Okay, this is a question. This is a question here for the chat. What's the... Oh, as Lings, they get into the mineral line. Infestation bits on the way, working towards infestors. Now, if I recall correctly, was Fungal instant? Is this one Fungal was instant? Or was that patched? Like, what is the strength of Fungal here? Likewise, Fungal used... I believe Fungal should just completely lock down the army. Nowadays, Fungal only slows, but back in the day, Fungal would just completely root them in place. And I remember there was a patch that changed it from a instant spell to a projectile. Am I mistaken in that? Was that a thing? Fungal took place. Yeah, that's yes, I know, but was it an instant spell or was it always a projectile? That I don't recall. Fungal should be instant. There it is. That's what's important. So again, Fungal is going to be an instant spell. And here come those infestors. Again, we got the instant Fungal. Of course, it roots it in place. We have the infested Terran as well. True. I mean, mate, infestors, they were broken. They were big boys. Likewise, I'm a little bit concerned here as to the lack of anti-air. Speaking of, that's an upgrade I haven't seen before. Is that the Thor upgrade? I would imagine so. As Helens are going to be shut down. They're going to be cleaned up here by the Ling Bane. So far, no major economic damage, just getting 7 drones. Now, these infestors, they're going to be able to lock down any kind of active army on the map. When it comes to pushing into these siege lines, it's going to be a different story. This is where Broodlord Infestor comes into play. We have the Spire in production. This should be for getting into Hive. I mean, the Hive is already done. Getting to Greater Spire, getting to Broodlords. So Broodlord Infestor should be the go-to from here, assuming that Mixu doesn't break this location. Oh no! Ooh, as we rally, we rally in. Gee, the instant bungle. He saves himself, kind of. Not really. All 3 infestors go down. Massive catch. As Nicoract, he's pushing through. He has momentum. True. Took down all the spellcasters. And Greater Spire still on the way. We're not ready for the Broodlords. He's not ready yet. Nicoract can break through this. Takes down the Banelings. Mixu rotating over, collapsing on the Hellions. Tanks late to siege. Yeah, the tanks they get completely caught off guard. Late siege out of Nicoract. The tanks go down. And Mixu, he might just barely be able to break through this. Yeah, breaks through the defensive line, gets off every single tank. The tanks go down. And Mixu, he will shut this down. Nicoract getting too excited, Bobby. Got a little bit too excited, got a little bit too cavalier. As Nicoract, he plummets in supply. And behind this, the Greater Spire is almost done. Scan does reveal the tech. He does spot the Greater Spire. But I'm not sure he can do much about it here. Even if he gets ready, even if he gets into Thor production, into Viking production. He still needs to rebuild his tanks. Oh, we're going for the... Let's go, the Doom Drop. Setting up for a massive Doom Drop into the main. Overlords are diving in. Alas, there's nothing in position. A couple of Broodlords are morphing in as well. Yo, remember when you just needed one upgrade to turn every Overlord into a Dropper-Lord? May. Those were the days. As we rain down here on top of the tanks. Roaches are diving forward. Oh, there's still the one tank. It does go down. And the Roaches, they can hold their own. They can hold their own here against the Hellions. Hellions are forced back. Sutter stepping forward, taking down the tank. And we just came to the production. And behind this, more Corruptors, more Broodlords, more Infestors. Mixu refining his army. Oh, we have the burrow. And the Broodlords are revealed. We have a Thor on the way, but there's limited anti-air. These Broodlords, they rain down on the base. Droplords pull away. So for those that are curious, the Droplords, they work more like Brood War. Like in Brood War, you'll just make one upgrade and then all the Droplords morph into... So all the Overlords morph into Droplords. They all gain that ability. In modern StarCraft, you do it individually, like one Overlord at a time. As the center base goes down. And then Nicoract is being pulled apart. I think it was just a really rough fight earlier. I mean, everything swung in favor of Mixu when he caught out those tanks. Yo, it looks so weird seeing a Thor with energy. It looks so weird. Like, what are you doing? Yes, as was stated earlier, there was an ability on the Thor where they could like stun a ground unit, which eventually went away. Thors are being targeted. There's 2 Thors left, down to 1, down to 0. 0 Thors. And GG gets called. Mixu, he will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Mixu does take a lead in the series. I'm going to lower the volume though. Like it's getting very loud. It's getting very loud. We'll lower the sound a little bit. As we jump in. So we have game number 2. We're going to be loading into Ohana. Let's go. And Mixu, yeah, he's letting us know that he did not really play Wings of Liberty back in the day. Which again is what I assume. Again, some of these players are a lot younger. Mixu's saying that he did play a little bit. He was like gold. He was like silver or gold. Like he dabbled a little bit in the multiplayer of Wings of Liberty. But nothing major. Now, all these years later, let's go. We're jumping in. Jumping into game 2 and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Ohana. We have the red Terran player. We have the red Terran representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nicoract. Down in the series, leaving bounce back, spawning in the top left hand corner. We have the blue Zerg representing himself, representing Mlem. It is Mixu from Finland. Here we go. Yo, the fun facts in the chat. Apparently, Thors, they didn't prioritize air in Wings of Liberty, so you have to manually target air units with the Thor. That sounds crazy. Oh my god. I mean, there's so much that was different, right? It's like, in general, I mean, I feel like the way that mech works here in Wings of Liberty, like it's even worse against against Protoss than it currently is, right? Like, I'm referring to like units like the Thor when it comes to Sky Toss. Feedbacks would be that much more effective. This is back when the BC had NG as well. Like the fact that there's NG on the Thor probably hurts it more than anything in a lot of ways. But yeah, hearing that it didn't even prioritize air units sounds insane as well, considering that it's meant to be specialized against air units as well. So interesting. Regardless, we're going to be settling in. Do our initial openers. Once again, hatch first. We'll see if Mixu does open up once again. 3 hatch before gas. Before pool. And Nicoract comes in with the early SCV scouts. If you played mech in DVP, well, I mean, you say that. I wonder. I'm so curious. I would love to see. Like, I would love to look this up when it comes to, like, Gumiho, right? Like, Gumiho, he was an active player back in the day. Ryung less so. Oh, actually, no, he was as well. I'm curious if any of the current players that are known for playing mech against Protoss, like, played mech against Protoss back in the day as well. Or if they tried it. That'd be interesting. If they even back then, like, they had... Their roots were ingrained, you know? They're like, nah, we'll make mech work against Protoss. We'll make it happen. Let's go. That'd be fun to know if they ever tried it and successfully tried it as well. Gumio did play random. As Mixu takes his third base. This time it's going to be a later third. So Mixu going this time hatch first, hatch gas pool. Much more standard opener out of Mixu, then into the third. So much more standard. Maybe a little bit paranoid about a proxy as he is checking with his overlords, making sure that everything's as it should be. Takes over the Zelnagas. And we can settle into a little more standard game state. Nicoract likewise fighting for control. Takes over the Zelnaga. I would imagine this time Nicoract going to be embracing bio instead of mech, but we'll see. Nicoract does move out early on. Battery under fire. Morling's massing up for Mixu. Mixu cutting drones actually quite early on here. He's going to shut this down. Link speed isn't done, but does come in for the surround. Oh, and he will clean this up. And Marines that will not get away. And Mixu from here, Link flooding. He should be flooding across the map. He invested very heavily into these Lings. And he's pushing. Link speed kicks in. Behind this, Mixu is droning up, so he's not going all in. But very committed, very dedicated. Back at home, no wall, no bunker, no setup on the low ground. But Hellions have arrived. Oh. Hellions in position. CC is denied. Nicoract stuck on one base economy. And really, this is all that Mixu needs to do here. Just contain the Terran on one base. Behind this, going for a 1-1-1 into Banshee. And there is no Overlord to scout. Not yet. Overlord has yet to dive in. But I'm sure after game one, Mixu, he's more willing to scout with this Overlord to check if there is once again mech or something else coming his way. Roach Warren opener out of Mixu. Much safer play here. But much safer play out of Mixu. Do we have any maps that have that feature? It's been a while where the terrain catches fire. Because I don't think that's a thing in any of the modern maps. But I'm sure it was a thing like maybe a couple of scenes ago. I miss it though. I miss it. I think he does rotate. As rotate between the bases, more roaches are building up. Nicoract, he's committing to additional Hellion production, so we're playing mech again. Looks to be the case. Cloak is done. Third CC on the way. Much faster third base this time out of Nicoract. Much faster third. Banshees are out, they hit the mineral line. So far, 2 drone kills. 2 drones going down, getting a third, getting a fourth. No spores in position. And there is no lair. There's no detection. No shot. There's no detection. No lair, no overseer, no spores either. Drones are going down. And this is getting out of hand. This is getting out of hand here. Spore now on the way. Heavily delayed. And is this how it ends? I mean, Cloak is running out, thankfully, but there's still no spore in the main base either. Lings to get roasted trying to counterattack. How many? 17! Oh, Jesus. 17 drones going down. This is game-ending damage. This is insane. Behind this is going to be mech. We have more factories. Nicoract is meching it up. Does he dive in? There's not many workers. There's not many workers to dive into. As both Banshees survive. So Nicoract getting 17 drone kills, does survive with the Banshees. You can always dive back in. Hellions maintain map control. Third Banshee on the way. Of course, this is before Hyperflight Rotors, so there's no additional upgrades to really invest into. But Nicoract, he's also safe. Like, because these Banshees, what are we going to do? Are we going to move out with the Roaches? They're just going to be punished by the Banshees as well, defensively. So Nicoract is very safe here. Behind this, researching Siege. Blue Flame, double armory, double upgrades, third base now being landed. Nicoract in a much better position. And Mixu is stuck at home. Spores require Evo chambers? No shot. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's, whoa. That's insane. Okay. You need an Evo chamber for a spore. Oh. Blizzard, what's going on? Oh my god. Okay, the more you know. I mean, now they're done. Creep proceeded much slower. I mean, that's even a more modern change as well, right? Like, I feel like Creep producing faster, even, I think it was like 1 or 2 years ago, we had that change as well. But for sure. Like, Creep production has sped up over the years. Has sped up. As the expansion will be shut down. Nice cancel. Nicoract moving in. Now, I'm a little bit concerned that we're being too cavalier. We only have 2 tanks behind this. And a lot of roaches are building up. Nicoract calming down, pulling back. Denies the 4th. Good pickup. At the same time, Mixu going for a massive roach counterattack. Back at home, there's not much to defend. Oh. Yeah, not much to defend. Tanks that will siege. Plenty of buffer, plenty of support. Roaches that hit the 3rd. SCVs are going down. Nicoract out of position, is racing back. Turns back around. Losing how many? 7 SCVs. 7 SCV kills. Tank as well. Not bad. Jeez, the body blocking. Body blocking with the Hellions. They clean up all the roaches. Something you don't see too often, but Hellions beating roaches. Oh my god. Roaches, they get shut down. And Nicoract, he maintains his army. He's pushing in. Tanks they siege up in time. Nicoract, he actually burns through half his Hellions. The Hellion count is actually getting lower and lower. Has to be careful. Getting ready for those infestors. Oh, that's a kill, not a cancel. Massive pickup. Shuts down the expansion. Nicoract moving in. He peels up. No spore! There's still no spore. Banshees, they can go to town. Overseer still on the way. Going for the expansion even. Hellions, they poke in. Expansion does survive. Mixu trying to maintain himself. Infestors have arrived as well. They can fungal, they can lock this army down. And we go for a base trade. Do we ignore this? We peel off a lot of roaches. Do we head out? Diving on the tanks. Tanks are exposed. Not enough Hellions. Yeah, not enough Hellions. Not enough support. We lock down the Banshees. And the Queens, they will clean up. Banshees go down. A strong fight there for Mixu. These tanks, I feel like we have to get the hell out of here. Tanks are on their own. As Mixu's going to clean this up, the tanks, there's no escape for them. There's no getting out. All 3 tanks going down. Nicoract, he moves out. But again, there's just not as much support for these tanks. They can support themselves somewhat. Zoning Mixu away. Let's get him back. Once again, the 4th base is falling. Mixu going for a massive counterattack. Down. And he can force his way in. Hellions doing what they can, but it's not going to be enough. Roaches, they just bust on through. Again, losing that first fight, he was brutal for Nicoract, and he's just snowballing out of control. Boys being pulled away. They're getting caught out by the roaches. And this is becoming critical damage. As almost the entire mineral line goes down. Lings, they're coming to reinforce. Not enough support. Oh my god. Okay, Nicoract, he holds. Does hold on. He holds the line. Oh, we're burrowing in. Oh, let's go, the Infested. It's been so long. We miss you. They collapse on top of those tanks. Oh my god. They're back. They're back. They're going to be able to hold the line. Roaches, they flood in towards the expansions. When I first saw the Infestors coming in, I was like, do we have Nero? Like, what's going on? Oh, right. Infested Terran. They're crazy. And Roaches, they break through the initial siege line. The Hellions, the tanks, they'll go down. And Mixu, he will look to claim the series. Going to be forced back for now. Nicoract trying to double expand, get a 4th base. But again, just doesn't really have much of an army. Not anymore. I mean, even without the Infestors, the Mass Roach was overwhelming Nicoract. Again, that earlier fight, just overextending with the lack of Hellions, was brutal. Jesus, Roaches are so much slower. Like, they're... the tunneling, they're crawling, mate. Jesus. Oh, he spots them. Does spot them. They are so slow. Despite that, they're going to be shutting down the tanks. Of course, there's just not enough tanks. There's not enough Terran. GG gets called, and Mixu will take the series at 2-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Mixu, he will claim the series that will advance on into the next round. But a shout out to Nicoract, of course, for embracing mech here in more ways than one. He had a very strong start, killing 17 drones with those Banshees, of course. What I will say is it did seem like Nicoract was maybe getting a little bit too excited. He did overextend with it when it came to his first committed push. His Hellion count got cut down in half. If you recall, he lost a lot of Hellions as he was pushing across the map, which meant that he had that much less to protect his tanks. And with that, he got overwhelmed. He got locked down. The Hellions fell, the tanks as well, and from there, Nicoract, he lost the momentum that he was building up throughout the game. And Mixu did claim it for himself. GG. GG, well played. Whew. Mixu, he will advance on into the semi-finals, where Mixu is waiting for his next opponent. Looks like we have some more matches underway. Gerald, he's up against Deka as we speak. They're facing off in a PvP. One moment as we set things up here. So just set things up, and yeah, with that, GG, well played. Whew. We will have our initial semi-finalist, Mixu. Mixu, he's here, he is ready, and let's switch our scenes over and catch up on the bracket itself, because I'm sure we have plenty of updates. Sure we do. So just trying to check something, making sure I don't get left behind. Sure we don't get left behind here. As the bracket is progressing, and there it is. So I was just looking for the in-game chat channel. Beautiful. Just getting in game. We have Dark. Dark takes down Rough. 2-1 went to the ace match. Did go to the ace match. Dark does advance on to face off against Indy in the next round. Meanwhile, we do have a PvP that is currently underway, and we may as well just hop on over here. Jimmy versus Shameless is about to begin. As Jimmy and Shameless are about to face off. Give score. As they are facing off, they are going to be mid-series. I believe getting into game 1. Beautiful. Okay, from the top. So Dark is up against Indy in the quarterfinals. We have Jumi versus Shameless facing off in the quarterfinals as well. That is going to be our next series. Scrolling down a little bit further, we have Gerald. Gerald is up against Deca. Winner goes up against Mixu in the semi. So we're nearing the end of the event so far. We're wrapping up the round of 16, and we are jumping to game one. We're jumping to game one of this PvP. Let's go. Our second PvP of the night. And spawning in the top.
Game paused.
Never mind. Oh yeah, this is there's less patches. He made the wrong map. He made a map with 5 mineral patches. It's all good. We'll be back. We'll restart. But yes, up next is going to be Jimmy versus Shameless. Winner goes up against the winner of Dark and Indy in the semifinals. Let's go. Sorry, just a little bit distracted. Just making sure we have everything that we need. Get everything up and running. How many Zergs are left? Two. It's Mixu and Dark. Mixu and Dark are the only Zerg players. During GG Lord Wind Infestor. I mean, for that series, I don't think that was really a factor. As in, I don't like we saw the Infestors popping off in that final game. Without them, I think Mixu wins those fights anyway. We did see that again. It was in the lead up to that all the Hellions had gone down. The Infestors were kind of like the cherry on top there. So I don't think that was applicable to that last game. Maybe more so, at least the Broodlords in game one. But even then, if you remember, the Infestors weren't really a factor, because the Infestors, they died ahead of time. But here we go. Let's go. We're making the lobby for the first game, and fun fact, Jimmy, he's like game one is Shakur's plateau, not Ohana, and we load up the lobby and we get in, and Jimmy's like, wait, what the hell is this? Why did I veto this? He's like, what is this map? Let's go. For the first time tonight, Shakur's plateau. It's a 4-player map. Jimmy didn't know what he was vetoing. He didn't know what happened. Never seen it before. All right, Shameless. I have to ask Shameless as well. And yes, I have confirmation. Shameless, he never played Wings of Liberty, which makes sense. Like Shameless, he's like 17 or 18 years old. So Shameless, he also never played Wings of Liberty before. Most of these players actually, I guess. So Nicoract, Shameless, and Jumi, they didn't play, or played very little, at least for Jumi. Likewise, Mixu as well. Mixu, he barely played Wings of Liberty as well. All these kids. They don't know what they're stumbling into. Like, even Jimmy had no idea what this map was. And here we go. Spawning in the top... Crazy. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Shakur's Plateau, we have the German Protoss player. We have the green Protoss. Representing Streamer Zone, it is Jimmy. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player representing Team Little Fairy. It is Shameless. Cross spawn. Yeah. Yeah, these zoomers, they don't know, papi. It's only cross spawn And again, Shameless and Jimmy, they've never played on this map before, so they have no idea. So they think it's a 4-player map. Really, it's cross spawn. Keck W. Keck W. To be fair, I didn't know either. Did not know. For now, we are going to be settling in. God damn it. They're babies, Pappy. They're babies. Or at least they were. They were back in Wings of Liberty. We're all so old now. We're so old. All these people talking about wings in the chat. Then we have Jimmy and Shameless. They're like, what are you guys on about, mate? What are you... I didn't play until Legacy of the Void. Smooch. Shameless is scouting. we're scouting for the base locations. We're checking to see where we are. Let's go. As Jimmy is going Gate Cyber into, I would imagine, Nexus. We'll see if we commit into a second gateway or into a Robo. Shameless is coming in with his probe scouts. Does move in. Yo, the base layouts here are crazy, by the way. What do we have? We have our natural, which is relatively secure. The main base is huge, by the way. It's a massive main. So we can, of course, blink in if we go into 4-gate blink or if we go into any kind of blink-based play. Third base here is likewise interesting, is to say the least. Jesus, what's... We have, like, cliffs that can go in towards the third. Of course, we have the bottom corner of the map. We have this centralized location, which is like a pseudo island where you have to knock down these rocks to actually expand. Likewise, Reaper cliffs. You can set up siege locations here on the other side. We have the Zelnaga that sees the expansion. That is something that we don't have anymore. This is something that was phased out. Is Zelnagas this close to your bases, where if you have control, you see everything. That's crazy. Like that is not a thing nowadays. Shameless, he still has yet to confirm. Maybe he spot the units. Jimmy just now scouting. Shameless, he checked top right, checked bottom left. But I'm sure he saw the initial units. I just don't think about how Ewa is barely older than Wings of Liberty. No shot. Ewa, he was in the womb. He was... Was he like 1 year old when Wings came out? Hey. No shot. Ewa. Meanwhile, speaking of our openers, we have Jimmy on one base. Oh my god, going for a bay before expanding. One base all in. One base all in. Likewise, Shameless staying on one base as well. Getting up to 3 gates on a Robo. No expansions from either player. But Jimmy is rushing into Colossus. Colossus on the way. Does take over the center of the map. Yo, imagine getting into a 4-player map, having cross spawns, and then playing one base. It's crazy. And more along the way for Shameless. Colossus for Jimmy. Setting up. And we'll see if our players eventually expand, or if we just commit to a one base all in. Based on the move up, based on the probe as well. Looks like it is going to be the one base all in. As Shameless is pushing. Setting up for a proxy to reinforce. Jimmy likewise moves out. He gets spotted by the Zelnaga. Jimmy going to be fighting here without his Colossus. Uh-oh. Has to back off. Catches one Stalker. And a probe. Stalker barely escapes. Here comes a proxy. Colossus has arrived. Has to be very careful here. Jimmy being forced back, catches another Stalker. And again, this is a version of the game where you do not need a gateway to reinforce. Those are very fast warp ins. Jesus. You can warp in real fast, real quick. Jimmy has the high ground. Shameless going for his own Bay. His own Colossus. Shameless even. So we are setting up. Pushing up this ramp is going to be difficult here, so Jimmy can expand, so can Shameless. We can set into a longer game. Yo, these observers look so quaint. Let's go. The observer does get away. Of course, for those that are unaware, in modern StarCraft, the observers are bigger. They actually got larger, so they're easier to spot and easier to snipe as well. No. We know, Bappy. Jimmy, he expands! Takes the natural. Takes the natural base. Shameless, do we also expand? Are we forced to macro? We are. He backs off. Yeah, there's no pushing up this ramp. We have 3 Colossus already for Jimmy. That's crazy. He's got his triple Colossus, moving out. Does move out. Knocks down the pylon. Shameless setting up on the high ground. Jimmy moving in. And despite the high ground advantage here, I mean, there's no shield battery. There's very little defensive setup here. The Colossus, they don't care about your high ground. 4th Colossus has arrived. Let's go. Oh. Get the Stalker. Jimmy moving in. Again, he has an overwhelming army. Oh no, the Colossus! They're getting caught out! Oh, and Jimmy, he should barely not get it. Colossus does get away. The cliff face. I love this. This is great. The Colossus, they're having fun. They can walk over everything. Let's go. So I'll say warp straight into the main. Again, the high ground warp in, true. They warp into the main base. Who needs a warp prism when you have high ground warp ins? Pylon is scattered. Jimmy pulling back. Shameless still stuck on 1 base economy. There's no reason for Jimmy to push in. He can just chill. He can just chill on 2 bases, can saturate, throwing down extra gateways, Forger +1. Jimmy getting further ahead, and Shameless, he's in a very rough position here, still refusing to expand. Still does refuse. So the prism has arrived. Pylon gets rebuilt. He's going for another high ground warp in. Man, this is disgusting. Oh my god. Absolutely disgusting. Oh, brutal moon commando. And big swipes going off. First Colossus does not go down. The juggling. The micro. Shameless, he commits. 1 Colossus does fall. That's 5 Colossus for Jimmy. Jesus. And of course, they pop up. 1 Colossus goes down. But the laser show. That's all you need. And Jimmy, he will overwhelm. He should overwhelm this. Better economy, larger army. Immortal drops in. GG gets called, and Jimmy will take game at number 1. Whew, GG. GG will play. Jimmy will take a lead in the series. Playing StarCraft. Also, cross spawns Pappy. Wasn't 4-player. Letting Jimmy know. Este Jimmy. Oh, Jimmy letting us know he started playing StarCraft in 2021? May. Oh my god. He's a baby, Pappy. That what was 2021? That was what? Even post-COVID era of StarCraft? Jesus. Crazy. So we're getting into game 2. No, yeah, before. 2011. Okay. Alright, here we go. We're getting into our next game. Getting into game number 2. Ooh, looks like Mixu versus Gerald is beginning. I would have loved to have gotten into it. I think Mixu versus Gerald is going to be really good. It's going to be really fun. So best of luck. Regardless, we have our series. We have our match. We're loading into game number 2. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Ohana, we have the blue Protoss player representing Team Little Fairy. It is Shameless. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the German Protoss player leading the series 1-0, representing Streamer Zone. It is Jimmy. This time, 2-player spawn map, so there's no there's no guessing as to where our players are spawning in. It's not ambiguous here as to where we are. And we'll see if we actually take a natural, Shameless. We'll see if we actually expand. Now we're settling into our initial openers. Oh, Shameless sneaking into the main. Let's go. The pylon has in place, and we are setting up a proxy in the main of Jimmy. Oh, it's going to be a short one. Going for the proxy, pylon into gateways. Jimmy, for the time being, is unaware. Setting up in his own main. And here comes that gate. Here comes that 2-gate even. Okay, proxy 2-gate. The probe barely... Oh my god. The probe barely does not scout, does not know. Jimmy's in the dark. He doesn't see. Checks the natural. Checks the natural, believes he's safe. Checks the third location. Looking for proxies. Oh, and he does check the main. Does check the main base. He spots the pylon. But can he stop it? Can he stop it here? Second probe being sent out. We have a second pylon here for Shameless. Zealot's being chronoed as we speak. This first Zealot is going to pull back first. And the pylon is taking a lot of hits, a lot of damage. There's that double chrono though. Despite the initial Zealot advantage that Jimmy's going to have, he's going to be overwhelmed. As Shameless is making pure Zealot. No gases behind this. No Cybercore. Zealot pops up. Forces back the army. Jimmy being pinned into his main. And into the main base. Up. Building up more zealots. And again, Shameless, he is going to be up that one zealot. And Jimmy may just not have enough here. Probes going down. 4 zealots bust in. Yeah, and Jimmy, he's in a lot of trouble here. He just cannot keep up. Mining gas. I mean, the gas isn't really a factor. Probes are falling. 5 probe kills already. And Shameless should overwhelm. He should just overwhelm from here. From this point. Ooh, nice control out of Jimmy. Once again, boys being pulled. And the Mass Zealot just getting so much damage here. Jimmy dropping to 8 probes. Down to 8. He will get us around though. Dust around, more zealots do trickle in. The control. The boys do help. Jimmy pulling away. Up. Oh my god. Barely comes out on top. Whew. Just barely. Once again, going for the pylons. Another zealot does arrive. Jimmy, oh! Has to be so careful. Pulls back, losing 1 zealot. Brutal loss. Every zealot counts here, and Jimmy, he's broke. He can barely afford 1 more zealot. Alas, he gets surrounded immediately. Yeah, he gets surrounded. And this entire time, Shameless has had uncontested mining. You just keep producing. You just keep producing more zealots. Can just outproduce. Once again, boys are being pulled. Pylon goes down, devours everything. And Shameless has done it. He has done it at this point. Unless he makes a mistake, like there's no way for Jimmy to really deal with this. Shameless takes down all the zealots. There's 1 zealot left. GG gets called and Shameless ties up the series. We're going to the ace match. GG. Going to the ace match. This is the PvP we knew and loved. A clown fiesta, papi. A clown fiesta. Oh my god. Unfortunately, it took a long time for Jimmy to scout what was going on. Likewise, Jimmy didn't really have the crispest response. Jimmy, he was spending a lot of resources mining gas. The gas was not a factor whatsoever. And again, the defensive setup that you have as Protoss is lessened here in Wings of Liberty. No shield battery, no overcharge, no mothership core. So you don't really have a defender's advantage outside of pulling the boys, of course. Like that is the one thing that you have going your way. With that, GG. GG, well played. We are going to the ace match. And we'll see how this story ends. As we are figuring out what map is the final map of the series. Figuring that out. There it is. Game 3 is going to be on Daybreak. Also, it looks like Mapu is casting Mixu versus Mixu series. Versus Gerald. Again, Daybreak being a 2-player spawn map. Here we go. And we'll see how the story ends. We'll see if Shameless will finally expand or will commit to 1 base play. Again, Shameless has yet to take an expansion, a base in this series. Has yet to take a natural. Hasn't happened yet. Do we finally see it? Does it finally happen? As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Daybreak, we have the German Protoss player, the Blue Protoss. Ooh, representing Streamer Zone, it is Jimmy. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player representing Team Little Fairy. It is Shameless. Here we go. As we calm things down and settle in. Again, so far we've seen a lot of aggression between these two. Going one base Colossus. Going proxy 2 gate. Do we have another proxy in store? What else do we have? Show us what you got. As we're settling in, a big shout out to Protostegosaurus. God, baby God. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. We do appreciate it. Likewise, thank you so much for hosting the event as well. For those that are curious, what is the event? The Pigosaur Monday. I mean, kind of. This is a special edition, I suppose. But Stegosaurus, Protostegosaurus is a big part of that. He, of course, does help fund, sponsor, and support the tournament, even admins as well, making sure that everything runs as smoothly as possible. So big shout out to Protostegosaurus. Thank you so much for the support, for all the passion you have for StarCraft, not just for this event, but Protostegosaurus also does actually help fund our tournaments at times. When it comes to at least its National Tussle, is very often boosting the prize pool as well. So thank you so much for all that you do, for the gifted subs, and for everything that you are in StarCraft. Thank you, thank you. Este Protostegosaurus. To Gauntlet Wizard above freezing, Genghis Khan, Hazabui, and Darth Nox. There you go. There you go. Thank you. As we are getting to our Gates Cybercore opener for both players. This time no proxy. This time no proxy out on the map. Jimmy moving out with his scouts. And I would imagine that once again we're going to be opening up with a Robo. Robo-based openers seem to be the go-to in PvP. We saw this previously from Creature as well. In his PvP against Bomioja. As our players are setting up, Zealot will zone the probe away. And there's that second gate. Second gateway for Jumi, second gateway for Shameless, into a third gate. Okay. 3-gate setup. 3 gateways on one base. No Robo yet. Probe is being zoned back. There it is, third gate for Jumi as well. We're keeping up. Did I say 3-gate opener? We have a 4th gateway on the way, so it's going to be a 1-base 4-gate setup here for Shameless. I would imagine 1-base 4-gate all in. No expansion. Jimmy setting up for a proxy location. The probe is out. He will push. Yeah, there's the pylon. This time he cannot warp straight into the main. But the pylon is set. And both players are going to be committing. Now, because of the 4-gate setup, I believe Shameless does have a gate advantage. At least for now, they're wimmering each other. 4-gate versus 4-gate. Slightly faster for Shameless. Warp gate is done. There we go. Morphing in those warp gates. Has to be done manually. Here comes the first wave. Warping in 4 stalkers at a time. Jimmy is looking to commit. And who catches who? Oh! Jimmy shoots first. Jimmy catching a stalker. Massive pickup. 1 stalker goes down. Shameless has the high ground. But 1 stalker does fall. Jimmy's setting up a second proxy location. Likewise, so is Shameless. Zealots are reinforcing. Does catch a Zealot. Oh! Jimmy pulling back. Both players can reinforce. Shameless, he can actually go straight into the main from here. And Jimmy turns around. Yeah, he turns around, he races back home, wants to deal with that pylon. Shameless gaining map control. Robo follow-up here out of Jimmy, gets a second gas geyser. Going into Robo, going into Immortals. Shameless breaks out, it does not get eyes on the pylon. Doesn't spot it. Shameless, he commits. Gets a supply block upon losing the pylon. Needs more pylons back at home. Jimmy gonna be forced back to one base. Shameless at least finding another pylon as well. And the one base play continues. Now, with this Immortal, Jimmy can break out as he's building up his Immortal count. Shameless just now getting his own Robo. Shameless is one step behind tech-wise. He's one step behind. Phase on the way. Once again, one base into Colossus. We saw this in game 1, and we're getting there again here in game 3. Oh, here we go. So we're just gonna chill. I mean, like, Shameless cannot push up, and likewise, Jimmy cannot push down. So we have to stare each other down here at this point. There's the bait for Shameless. Both players rushing into one base Colossus. And we're going to stare each other down. Now, Jimmy, he does have a force out on the map. True, because of the pylon. This pylon is allowing him to reinforce. And remember, there's no recall. Uh-oh. There's no recall. Shameless, he's racing back. And can he hold on? Can he buy time? Jimmy trading with the Zealots. Uh-oh, Jimmy about to get surrounded. Remember, there's no blink. No blink Stalkers. Jimmy has to get the hell out of here. Ooh, taking some hits, but we'll get away. Jimmy will escape, but he at last breaks out of his contain, and the Colossus is soon to arrive. Observer confirms. Observer confirms everything. We have Extend Thermal Lance. Getting into those upgrades. Now, the initial Colossus timing could be a crucial one here for Jimmy, but the problem is, by the time the army gets across the map, there's already one Colossus for Shameless. So we're building up the Colossus count. Both players, do we expand? Do we get a natural base? I mean, again, pushing up these ramps is difficult. So we may just take a natural from here. It takes a while, but it could happen. Knocking down the rocks. There it is, Nexus for Shameless and Nexus for Jimmy. We expand. We finally do expand. Again, in a mirror matchup like this, we have the same armies, essentially. We have similar supplies. So it's difficult to really commit to anything, especially upper ramp. So there's no way for Jimmy to push in here. Vice versa as well. So we have to stare each other down and get another base. Shameless does actually push down to low ground. Does move in. Celeste try to buffer. Celeste getting a lot done. Breaking through the Stalkers. Yeah, the Stalkers are falling. Despite that, though, the Colossus good control. Here comes the Warp in. Jimmy, he reinforces, shuts down the Zealots, and Jimmy holds. Jimmy does hold. Snipes the Observer. Seamus force back. Looking at the trades here, the Zealot count's actually quite close when it comes to the trades. Stalker as well. Very even trade between the players. Jimmy did lose one Immortal, but just the one Immortal. Yo, going for a Colossus drop though. Colossus comes in. Up. Here retargets the mineral line. Getting a couple of probes. A couple of worker kills. Jimmy getting caught out. Once again getting forced back. Losing a Stalker. Sentry as well. Jimmy in a bit of trouble here. Does need to pull back. We'll lose another Stalker. Seamus does have the supply advantage. Doesn't keep pushing up the ramp though. And the power of the ramp. Jimmy is going to hold. Both players falling back. And once again, we should be getting up to like 4 or 5 Colossus. Like without disruptors, like mass Colossus does make a lot of sense here in PvP. A counter to the Colossus is the disruptor. It can actually shut it down quite hard. But here in Wings of Liberty, you don't have to worry about that. Don't have to be concerned about any disruptors, so you can just mass up more and more Colossus. Don't stop. That's the 5th Colossus on the way. Yeah, 5th Colossus here for Jimmy. Get up to 6. At a certain point, there is going to be diminishing returns, and I'd love to see a transition elsewhere. Spotlight Council's on the way to get into Blink. Both players stabilizing, and now we can soon take a 3rd. We can soon expand. Now from here, once we get into a 3rd base economy, I believe we should be able to afford a transition to Skytoss. But that's after we have a 3rd. Until then, more Colossus. We have, what, 5, soon to be 6. Soon to be 6 Colossus. Don't stop. Keep making more. And we're about to reach a point where I have never seen this many Colossus in a PvP before. It's never happened. But like here in Wings of Liberty, it makes sense. But at least in Legacy, like it's not viable. Alas, we just keep going. We have 6 versus 6. Let's go. 7th Colossus on the way. Can we get to 10? Can we get to 10 Colossus? Ah, no. Jimmy reinforced with charge lots, which are gonna melt against the Colossi, by the way. But a way to spend his resources. 3rd base is now being taken. Blink on the way. I mean, we sometimes like bring up like this idea of like a Death Bull army, but that isn't really as applicable in SE2 anymore. Here in Wings, like this is the Death Bull. This is let's go. We get a warp into the main armies do clash. So far, Zelsay do try to tank some of those shots. Seamus cutting back to the high ground. When Jimmy, he kind of pushed into this. He's gonna try though. He gets one. Gets one, takes out 2 Colossus, bleeds out his own. And Jimmy, he should lose everything here. as he's being overwhelmed. The extra Colossus for Shameless. He had one more. Breaks through. Cleans up the army. Zealot drop into the main. Getting how many probes? Ooh, not many. There's a Colossus to defend. Just make more Colossus. That's all you need. Oh, the Colossus. Zealot drop gets dealt with. And Jimmy's behind. Jimmy's in a rough position here. The problem being, of course, is that we only have one robot. We can only produce one Colossus at a time. And Shameless, he has never stopped making Colossus. Like, he's still making more. So Shameless should be able to maintain that lead. Should maintain that Colossus lead. And Jimmy cannot recover from that. Cannot actually make a comparable army size. Not anymore. We have a second robot for Shameless. He can soon make 2 Colossus at a time. Let's go. Jimmy needs to pop off. He needs to pop off with this prism. Needs to do some kind of damage, some kind of economic damage. Buy time to recover, to rebuild. As the prism is outside of the main. Meanwhile, Shameless getting up to 5 Colossus. Second robot is almost done. So can we get up to 10? We peaked at 7. We peaked at 7 Colossus before the fight. And right now we're getting Colossus number 6 again for Shameless. Did I say 6? There we go. Back up to 7. 7 Colossus. Jimmy trying to reinforce with Archons, which can tank some shots. Archons are building up to reinforce. Again, this is where the soup does lie. Like, the supply is lying here. As Shameless does have the superior army. Nice warp it into the main. Shameless, he has to react. He's got Colossus. It's fine. Snipes the Warp Prism. Warp Prism goes down. Colossus in position. And Shameless, he should be able to defend. Yeah, very nice warp in. Very nice control. Make sure Zelce did not touch the Colossus. How many does he have? 7, soon to be. We're getting there. 9 Colossus. Can we get to 10 before the end of the game? Can we get to 10 Colossus? There is no answer. The answer to Colossus is more Colossus. Let's go. Second robot now for Jimmy. I mean, again, the Archons will help, but as long as Shameless can kite back, he should be able to do it with the Archons. Should be able to. We'll see. I'm curious as to how many shots they can tank, because this could be a good way for Jimmy to bounce back, is to potentially dive on this army, close the distance, and have his Archons pop off. Maybe a couple of Immortals? No. 0 Immortals. More Colossus. As we're getting up to 11 Colossus. Like, especially because of the limited range of Immortals, I don't see Immortals doing anything against this, to be honest. Because the problem with Immortals here is it eats into your Colossus count. Like, it's honestly, this is a similar issue that Phoenix versus Phoenix has, where in Phoenix versus Phoenix you have to keep making Phoenixes, and you can't stop, because if you stop you get overwhelmed by the superior Phoenix count of your opponent. It's similar here, where if your Robos are making Immortals and you're not making Colossus. That is why, like, the Archon support here I think is really good for Jimmy, because it's a way for him to make use of his production and for allow himself to continue that Colossus count. But that's my biggest concern for Jimmy. Regardless, losing that first fight was brutal, and that's a lot of Colossus. 11, soon to be 13 Colossus. Jimmy now working towards Skytoss. I do think that Skytoss is a superior force if we can get into carrier production. The problem, of course, is that he needs time. He needs time for the fleet beacon, for the Stargates to come online. Shameless, I mean, both armies are about to max out. Here we go. Shamelessly will soon push. How many? 14 Colossus. Let's go. Fleet Beacon's on the way. Without the Fleet Beacon again, still no Sky Toss. If Jimmy is able to give it, if he's given enough time, then he can start making carriers. But he needs more time. He's ready for a Zealot run by. We have +3. We have shield weapons, shield upgrades on the way, armor as well. Shameless does have the better upgrades, and here comes Shameless. He's moving in. As he moves in, there's that Zealot run by. Jimmy getting ready. Remember, there is no recall, so damage can be done. Jimmy, he's got the concave. Fleet Beacon finishes. Zealots hit the third, the fourth even. Shameless force back. Ooh, going Mass Phoenix. Okay. Going Mass Phoenix. No carrier yet, but just massing up those Phoenixes. Kind of like a similar solution that for like Vikings in TVP. Some anti-air. I wonder if Void Rays would be okay in this kind of scenario instead of Phoenixes. I mean, we haven't seen the Void Ray yet. Meanwhile, here we go. The laser show. The laser show is upon us. That's a lot of lasers, Pappy. The Archons, they melt. The Archons, they go down. And the Mass Colossus, it overwhelms. As Shameless, he just completely shuts down the army. The superior range, the Archons, they do nothing. And there's still so many Colossus left over. He's crazy now. Very limited anti-air, but there's some Stalkers to reinforce. There's still 13. One Colossus died. It was 14 Colossus. There's 13 left. And again, whether it would have been Immortal or Archon, like they just cannot deal with the range of this many Colossus. They get shut down from afar. Now down to 12 Colossus from 14. And now we can just reinforce with Mass Stalker. Just reinforce with Stalker. Shameless moving in. And the Phoenixes, they just tickle. They just tickle the army. Like, the DPS output here of Phoenixes just doesn't really compare. Void Rays would do more damage, but because of the way that they charge up, it takes a long time for them to charge, of course. And yeah, Shameless, he just commits. He just commits in. Dives on forward, catches on the Colossus. And the Archons, they hit the supports. They shut down the Phoenixes. The Phoenixes, they do nothing. They do nothing. And GG gets called. Shameless, he will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the semifinals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Shameless with 14 Colossus overwhelms. Again, what was crazy to me is that after the fight ended, he only lost one. He lost one Colossus after that big fight. That was insane. Let's go. As we are getting into our next game. Shameless saying he loves the Colossus. He loves it. Ah, no. Not like this. Beautiful. And with that, congratulations here to Shameless. Does advance on to the semifinals, and up next is going to be Shameless versus Dark in a ZVP. Let's go. As Dark has been patiently waiting. Go. So we are setting up. Bam, there we go. Dark versus Shameless. Now, we won't be starting this series until after, I believe, until after the lower semis concludes. Gerald versus Mixu, currently mid-series, and I believe Mapu is covering that. Oh, best of 5? Hold on. What's going on? Are they playing a best of 5? As Mixu is up 2-1. Yeah, Mixu is up 2-1, and we're getting into game 4. Okay. We're getting into game 4. Semi-finals. Beautiful. So Mixu is leading the series 2-1, and we might even go all the way to the ace match. The pressure is on. Again, we have been missing out on the semi-finals as it has been occurring at the same time as Shameless versus Jimmy. But you know what? If we were in the semis, we would have missed out on 14 Colossus. So really, who's the winner? Really? The 14 Colossus. Crazy, crazy. So we'll be able to join that next game and jump into Gerald and Mixu. Doesn't have critical mass of Phoenixes he would need at this point. Yeah, it's one of those things where I don't even know if Phoenixes are the best answer, just because, like, how many Archons do you need to support the army to deter Phoenixes, right? Like, it's hard to say, because I feel like you need a lot of Phoenixes, and if you get that many, they're going to be quite prone to stacking as well. It's yeah, it's a rough position to be in. I mean, again, like, I'm unfamiliar with Wings of Liberty PvP, so I don't know if, like, back in the day, like, that was the answer, where they would go, like, pure, like, mass Phoenix, or maybe you'd have to transition to Stargate earlier, I would imagine, to try to make that work before you hit 14 Colossus. But yeah, that's crazy. That's definitely does paint a picture of PvP in Wings of Liberty. Insane. And we have confirmation that the semis are best of 5. So best of 5 semifinals and best of 5 grand finals as well. Okay. For now, we are going to be taking a moment here. Ooh, for the first time, we're going to be loading into Metalopolis. Let's go. Going to be loading in. Here we go. Getting in. And just making sure we have everyone involved. Inviting all the casters. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, so we're jumping in mid-series. I haven't really been able to keep up with Mixu and Gerald. They were being casted by Artosis, apparently. As Artosis, he is helping to sponsor this specific event. So big shout out to Artosis for doing so. And I believe he's been covering the majority of this series. But now we're getting into game number 4. Ooh. And it's been a long time since we've seen this map. Let's go. And spawning in the top side of Metalopolis, we have the Finnish Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg. Leading the series at 2-1. It is Mixu. And spawning in the bottom side of Metalopolis, we have the Polish Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Gerald. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets while you can on who you think will claim the series. Mixu has a lead. That is true. Mixu needs one more game, but Gerald has been fighting back, and I'm curious to see how this plays out. We have the center locations. Of course, we have the Zelnagas. We have the gold bases as well. We have a much more wide open map, is what I will say. It looks like a shorter rush distance by ground. Shorter rush distance by ground, less bases, the naturals on the low ground, so a much more indefendable natural, actually, compared to what we're used to. There's no high ground advantage. There's actually a cliff face right next to your natural, which is crazy. So your natural's actually a lot more exposed when it comes to like an attack towards the center or a siege here towards the right-hand side. Very exposed third base as well. Gee, this map is so open. Oh my god. Exposed natural, exposed third base, exposed goal base as well. Oh boy, let's go. As Mixu is going to be opening up with a initial 12 pool, or I guess 11 pool. 12, 10 pool? I didn't see the timing. Pool first. Early pool timing here out of Mixu. Ling's going to be on the way. We'll see what he can get done. No big commitment. He didn't quite preserve his larva. There we go. 4 Lings on the way. Based on the pool timing, I imagine an 8 pool. Was it a 6 pool? No shot. Yeah, Lings are riding across the map. Natural so absurdly open. It is like that was the first thing I noticed here. Like, it's a very exposed, I mean, natural and third and fourth. Like, it's just that the map is just open in all ways, in all shapes, all sizes. Behind this, Mixu is going to be expanding, delaying his gases. Lings do move out, and Gerald, he should be able to maintain the rim. He should be able to, I would imagine, wall off if he does get a worker in position. As Gerald, he did probe scout, he is aware, does spot the Lings, and here comes the wall. So he does wall off, he's buying time for his Zealot. Zealot is going to be chronoed. Boys are being pulled, and Gerald, he should be fine here. Should be fine. As Lings are trying to bait out that Zealot. Second pylon on the way, just in case. And behind this, Mixu is droning. He's droning up, he's saturating, is settling in. Forge on the way for Gerald. Is going to be contained onto one base. Not bad. This is going to allow Mixu to catch up. Mixu, he is behind economically, but he's slowly catching up. Again, taking the natural will help. And here comes the natural. Was it 6 pool? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was, I think it was 8, I want to say. Want to say it was an 8 pool, regardless. Things are being shut down. Behind this, Mixu taking another expansion. Going gasless, by the way. No Ling speed. Gasless opener. Out of Mixu. Overlord's being hunted down. Up! Ooh. Stalker gets distracted. But the Overlord does fall. Nice pickup. Shuts down the Overlord. Now can expand. And now we can just settle in. Mixu's just droning. Gerald likewise setting up his own natural. Again, it is a really awkward setup here at the natural, which is concerning to me. How do you begin to wall this off? By the way, like we have some SimCity here to protect the ramp at least, and most likely we have to set up SimCity here. But there's just so much of an attack path or an attack angle at this location. I guess we're walling off here to actually gain access towards the third, but there's still another attack path in towards the right hand side. Yeah, he's walling up. So he's trying to secure this location. Mixu just now taking his gases. So no major form of aggression at a Mixu anytime soon. Not without any tech, of course, whether it's roaches, whether it's a lair. So we can settle it. Can settle in. As Gerald has yet to tech. He's now walling across and then walling down as well. Let's go. Getting to +1. Initially moving out, hunting down Overlords. Hunting down Lings. Can apply pressure here to the third. True. Go shatter Mex. Oh, you can destroy it. Oh. Does that do anything? No. You can just attack a statue. Okay, there you go. Why not? Let's bring it down. It's like, yeah, screw Terran. It's great. Gerald does commit. Again, plenty of force fields. No Ravagers. Gerald, he can actually break this. Oh. Gets a Roach. Shuts down a Roach, shuts down a Queen. Queen goes down as well. Catches the rest of the army. Yeah, very nice force fields here out of Gerald, just picking these Roaches apart. Oof. Yeah, the Roaches, the Queens. And Mixu, he does have to buy time. He has to buy time for more Roaches. Gerald, he's running out of force fields. Is running out. Mixu setting up a surround. Trying to pull the boys. Once again, another clutch force field. As Mixu does dive in. Takes down the sentries. Gets one, gets two. Likewise, Queens do fall. And Gerald, he's still gaining ground. More reinforcements rallying in. Sentry gets reset. No more force fields. Just Stalker. Vanilla Stalker as well. There's no blink behind this. Gerald's still forcing his way in. Gets another Queen. Queen can't reset to 0. 0 Queens. 0 injects. Roach is trying to hold on. But Gerald, he's just trading too efficiently. Trading so efficiently here. Oof. Losing one Stalker with 3 Roaches. There we go, more Stalkers going down. Reinforcing on the front lines. Gerald is 2 base all in. So how many gates behind this? He's got 8. Okay, so 2 base 8 gate all in with +1. No blink. And the boys are being pulled in a moment of desperation. But Gerald, he has done enough. Has done enough in the sense to break him, to break Mixu. As the expansion should fall. The Roaches, they just cannot keep up. Base goes down. And Gerald, he just keep going. Just keep going from here. Takes out a Queen. And the Mass Stalker. It's too much. It's too good. And Mixu getting heavily supply blocked. Cannot keep up. Gerald going for the gold. Let's go. The gold base is on the way. Extra sentries. Again, these all-ins are so much more powerful without any kind of setup here of a gateway. They're so much faster as well. And Gerald could back off and just take the golds, or honestly, he could just commit. He could just commit here. Now pulls away. I mean, all he really has to do is just deny the third. Deny the third base over and over again. And just contain the Zerg on 2 bases and just overwhelm. Mixu does spot this. Attempts to delay. Likewise, he has a decent roach army, true. Has to be very careful with how he engages. He has +1. Uh-oh. He's just going straight for the natural. And he might just get surrounded. He has to kite back. Once again, decent force fields. Locking down the army. Roaches are coming from behind. Gerald getting caught out himself. Stalkers are going down. The force fields don't really do much. Shots going off on Ment. Let's go. Gold base under fire. Mixu, he will knock it down. Down the expansion. This area is a little more wide open. Nice control. Use for another roach. Yo, we got the infestors on the way. Mixu retaking his third. He's still in this. I do favor Gerald when it comes to these main engagements, but with the help of infestors, we could be more efficient. Mixu, despite having a smaller army, or I say small army, despite having a worse economy, can make a lot happen with his army. Going for the gold. Gold now on the way. Gold gets denied here for Gerald. Gerald moving out. Dark Shrine, let's go. Getting into DTs. Blink is now done. Yo, the burrow micro. Oh. Catching on with roaches. Bearing in mind there's no robot, there's no detection. Burrow being really smart in this position. He has his own blink. Up, the bungle. Phone connects. Roaches are coming from behind. Second bungle. And God, he has to back the hell off. Yeah, he's being overwhelmed. The all-in did well for himself, but Gerald, instead of trying to kill Mixu, he did try to back off and expand. And alas, Mixu, he persevered. He survived. He won't die. Not that easy. Let's go. He started steps forward, takes down the stalkers. I do actually have a lot to say about this game. I actually really liked it. We'll get into it here as the goal base is going to fall. That's a kill, not a cancel. But I think what this game really showcased, especially early on when it came to the all-in, I think it really shows as well why players like MC got a lot of notoriety early on. Like, because there's limited ways to deal with something like force fields, like, there's so much more like micro expression. It almost felt like it was really impressive, like how Gerald was controlling his army, how he was breaking through. Like, in a way, it's a bit of a more simple dynamic, but did well. Did well here as Mixu does break through. You do have some potentially defensive DTs. Zelta warping in. Here come the infestors. The infested Terrans. They arrive. Shuts down the mineral line, and with that, Mixu, he breaks the natural, and there's just nothing left to defend. There's just nothing here. There's not enough left. As roaches, they push in. And GG gets called. Mixu, he will take the series 3-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. Oh my god. GG, well played. Mixu, he will claim the series, will advance on, and the question becomes who will face off against him. But yeah, winding it back, like, because there's no Ravagers in Wings of Liberty, like, there's no way to deal with force fields, so because of that, Protoss players can look a lot more impressive there. Like, it's a lot more, like, that fight was, like, really a lot more dominant from Gerald when it comes to him breaking through the Queens, breaking through the Roaches, breaking the expansion as well. Yeah, it's just a very different dynamic between Zerg and Protoss. And it's a lot more punishing, it's a lot more unforgiving, and it can definitely give Protoss players a lot more time to shine there in that moment as well, where they can just like look down the army, force field, like pick away those Roaches, dive on the Queens. GG. GG. GG, well played. Oh, and I should be heading over to the Americas region as we are heading over to the upper semifinals. Let's go. Here we go. Technically, there's a way to deal with it, which requires borrowed movement. Yeah, when we kind of like mention it, right? It's talking about how like the counter to help preserve your Roaches would be to get into burrow. I mean, we saw that in the last game. I can imagine that it'll be more difficult in Wings of Liberty just because we saw earlier how slow borrowed Roaches are. Like with tunneling claws, they're very slow. So you're kind of heavily reliant on your opponent not having detection, I would imagine. Like heavily reliant on there not being any form of observers or way to scout. Wait to see. I do think, I guess what I should also top that off with is it is my opinion that it is better to have some more counterplay. I do think the game state is better in Legacy of the Void, but like this dynamic that we're seeing here, like viewer wise, like audience wise, like I think it can be more exciting to see. Is like a more dominant display that like showcases like a player's micro. Maybe a little bit more one-sided, but I can see the hype behind it for sure. Like watching it, I mean. Here we go. Getting into our next game. Getting into our next series. Vetoes are done, and game 1 is going to be on Daybreak. Let's go. So players still had a lot of trouble with it, even, which is why Ravager ended up being introduced into Legacy of the Void. Yeah, that's what we just mentioned. That's what we were talking about. That's why we mentioned that it, currently in Legacy, I would say that it is more balanced, is a better dynamic. But here I can see like the appeal. Here we go. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. It's fun for like nostalgia like purposes, like talking about it, right? Like yeah, it's. I mean, I'm sure we'll get into it in this next ZVP between Dark and Shameless, but like it was the novelty of seeing 14 Colossus was a lot of fun. I do think that Wings of Liberty PvP is a lot slower than Legacy PvP. Just because of the way that the Colossus works. Like once you start Colossus production, it isn't even just about how you're forcing your opponent into Colossus as well, but because of the defensive capabilities of the high ground, because of the range as well, and because there's no better answer, at least initially, for those Colossus, like it does slow the game down a lot more to get a natural third base, a fourth base. It does feel less dynamic than current PvP, which you could argue is the other extreme. You could argue that current PvP is a lot more chaotic, maybe too much. It's a shame that we didn't get a TVT today. Would have been a lot of fun to have experienced that. A very different form of TVT. potentially slower as well, as you have to invest into upgrades for tanks. To get into your tank production. But for now, we're going to be going on a short break. And when we come back, we will have our next series. Looks like our players need some time to actually get ready. They're having some issues when it comes to loading the map itself, so we're going to be going on a break, and when we come back, we'll have our semis. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew. Hope you enjoyed that lovely Brutal OSC as we returned with our special event with, of course, the Monday Night Wings of Liberty. We are here with the semifinals. We just wrapped up with the first semis. We have Mixu in the grand finals, and we're here to determine who will join him in those finals as we are jumping into another PvZ. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Daybreak, we have the blue Protoss player representing Team Little Fairy. It is Shameless. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player from South Korea. It is Dark. Here we go. As again, I believe this is the first time Dark is competing in Wings of Liberty, so also a new experience for Dark as well. Again, for those that remember, the Kesper teams and the Kesper players, they were actually still competing in Brood War at the time of Wings of Liberty. They did not transfer over until Heart of the Swarm, or at least kind of like the later stages of Wings and coming into Heart of the Swarm is when they switched on over and did embrace. Oh, proxy. Let's go. As we are setting up a proxy across the map, back at home, no gases whatsoever. We're going for proxy gates. How many? I would imagine at least 2. We'll keep an eye on Shameless. We'll see how committed we are. Dark back at home, happily droning on up, moving out across the map of the Overlord, soon to expand. It is going to be Hatch first out of Dark. And here comes the first gate. Also, before I forget, it's Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck in the chat. As Dark, he scouts, he checks, he confirms, he gets eyes on the Proxy 2 gate. Here's what's going on. Spawning pool's on the way. Alas, Dark, he does need time here to respond. He needs time to build up. Pool into gas. Alas, will be denied the expansion, but at least he knows. At least he's aware of what's going on. And can try to set up. Taking his gases. From here, he can go into roach production. Meanwhile, the Zealots are being chronoed as we speak, and it comes down to the control. Shameless has to make sure he does not get surrounded. He's able to dive in, buy time, trade, deny mining, of course, trade with the drones, and preserve those Zealots, and snowball out of control from here. Spine Crawler's on the way. We have the Spine Crawler in the mineral line. Lings are amassing. Oh, nice round. Takes down the probe. Takes down the worker. Ling speed is on the interesting in KKK. So we're only going for Ling speed. We pull out of gas. No Baleen Nest full up, no roaches, just pure Ling. Second Spine Crawler. First one is about to finish, and once it finishes up, I mean, Darky can shut this down. Yeah, he kind of pushes into those spines. It's not going to happen. Lings, they bypass the Zealots. Darky defends back at home. He counterattacks with these Lings. And Dark, he's all over this. He can try to catch out reinforcements as well. Ooh, almost gets us around. The Zealot count is building up. But remember, there's no recall. Oh. I still just can't get like my head around that. I mean, again, I guess like the defensive warpins, they're better here, true, but still, that's crazy. A world without recall. As Dark has some nice Sim City, he's got his 2 Spine Crawlers. Lings, they hit the mineral line. Probe's gonna be going down. I'll say dive in. Nice hold position Michael with the Lings. Of course, hold position here with the drones as well. Ooh. Does buy time, shuts down the Zealots. Dark, he defends beautifully. And GG gets called as he loses everything else back at home. Dark, he takes a 1-0 lead. Whew. GG. Very crisp response here out of Dark, just setting up those Spine Crawlers, bypassing the main army, able to hold position micro his Lings and hold position his drones as well. GG. GG, well played. Dark completely shut that down. Despite the later scout as well. So good reactions here out of Dark. Deals with it well, and with that, we're getting to game number 2. We're going to be following our players here. Dark takes the lead, and we'll see how Shameless will adjust his approach. Oh boy. Did try to spice things up with the initial cheese. We'll see if we go for something more standard here instead. Do we commit into another kind of proxy? Oh, as we're going to be loading into Whirlwind. It's been a while. I remember seeing this map in Heart of the Swarm. I mentioned before that there were certain maps, of course, from Wings of Liberty that were ported over, like Ohana. I believe like Whirlwind as well. I remember watching TY on this map in TVZ. Let's see. Whirlwinds. Looking it up. Yes. Wait, why is this map in the map pool? This is not a Wings of Liberty map. What? Wait, what? Yeah, Whirlwind. This was back in... Oh, sorry. It was in the 1v1 ladder map pool in 2016. And it was... Okay. So it was a GSL map in 2012. So the last season of Wings of Liberty. There you go. The last season. Before Heart of the Swarm. Scrap Station was good. Oh no, never again. But yeah, okay. So technically, this map was in the final season of Wings. One of the more recent maps. Here we go. I did that versus a Korean Zerg at MLG Anaheim. It's a great build, but you have to keep pushing. You're all animals. For sure. You wall off your main base with Pylon. I see. That makes sense. Does make sense. And we might just have a little bit of downtime here. Once again, we're having a bit of an issue when it comes to loading the maps. We are having an issue. What year is this patch in? I believe it is the patch just before Heart of the Swarm. From my understanding, it is the most recent patch of the game of Wings of Liberty. So just before Heart of the Swarm. The latest edition. So it would be 2012. 2012. But yeah, we might just go on a short break here. Do apologize, but making the maps can be a little bit awkward just because you have to download these very old maps, and it can take some time. So we're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, we'll have the remainder of the semis. We'll get there. As a reminder, best of five. Best of five. Plenty more games ahead of us. Plenty more games to come. We'll just get over the first hurdle, which is making the lobbies. We'll get there. We'll get there. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. We do apologize for that delay, but we will not be loading into Whirlwind, as unfortunately we do have some issues coming into and loading into the map. Instead, we are going to be loading into something very different. Because it's all about family. Let's go. We are loading into Ohana, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ohana, we have the blue Zerg player, the blue Zerg from South Korea. It is Dark. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player for Little Fairy. It is Shameless. Here we go. Again, for those who are curious, the reason why we could not load into Whirlwind is because Shameless is having a hard time loading and downloading maps that are not ladder maps in the map pool, and Whirlwind was not a part of the ladder map pool back in Wings of Liberty. It was a part of the tournament map pool for GSL, but not a part of the ladder. So there's no ladder edition, there's no LE version of Whirlwind, so because of that, we will not be playing on that map. Instead, we're going straight into Ohana instead. Let's go. Here again, two-player spawn map. When it comes to our bases, when it comes to the map itself, it is a lot more defendable on two bases. A very narrow ramp coming into the natural, so very defendable here on two bases, as we do have the setup for a cannon rush. The forge has been placed and the probe is moving out. Let's go. I was going to say that it's quite defendable here on 2 and 3 bases. This third base is also very secure, as you can knock down these rocks, you gain access to your own natural, and likewise just focus and centralize your defenses here at the forward location. But forget about expanding, forget about the natural, forget about the third, because we are opening up Forge with some cannons. Probe is moving out. We can see Dark setting up on the low ground here, and here comes the cannon rush. As the probe is spotted, Overlord will see everything to be seen. Forge now done. No setup here on the low ground, and do we just expand? Do we just take the gateway and go for the natural? I guess just Forge fast expand. Let's go. As we wait a little bit longer, there it is, and the natural will not be taken. So Forge into expanded, no cannon rush whatsoever. Let's go. Again, this kind of opener is no longer a thing in modern SC2. You no longer need to. With your SimCity, with shield batteries as well, it is quite safe to open up with a gate cyber expand, or with even just a gate expand in general. But alas, without that kind of defensive capability in Wings of Liberty, something like cannons at times could be safer here instead. So very much so an older school way of playing and opening up, but viable, for Wings of Liberty. As Shameless is across the map and settling in. Let's go. Is cannon rushing Zerg's even a thing? Of course! We've seen many a Zerg player cannon rushed. Of course. I think recently we saw Hero cannon rush Dark, actually. I say recently, maybe a month ago. So now, going to be settling in. Shameless can now set up his expansion, going for the Cyber Core. Walling up, and walling up. Behind this Dark, rushing to a very fast Roach Warren. Let's go. Going for the gate. Just going for the hatch gas pool into Roach Warren. Most likely going for a rush across the map. I'm a little bit less convinced about Roach rushes here, but we'll see how they play out. Considering the kind of game state that we have, what I'm referring to is because of the wall off that we have here for Shameless, he's going to be stuck on 2 bases that much longer. He's not going to be expanding any third, so if Dark commits into a Roach all-in, pushing up this ramp is not going to be easy here. Considering there are no Ravagers, of course, there's no Ravagers, there's going to be limited capability to break through this wall. Not impossible, but we'll see. As it is going to be a Stargate follow-up at a Shameless, not a Robo. It's going to be Stargate. Roaches are massing Lings as well. Dark, he's cutting workers at 23. He is going for an all-in. Okay, is going all-in. Is cutting his economy. And the biggest problem right now is that Shameless doesn't know. Shameless, he hasn't seen the natural, he hasn't seen the main. He doesn't know about the Roaches, doesn't know about the all-in. Likewise, he has no control of the map, he has no control of the Zarnagas. Ooh, so this may still work anyway. This may just catch Shameless completely off guard. As he's still working towards Warp Gates. Stargate is now done. It's just the one cannon, just the one Void Ray is on the way, thankfully. But it's just the one cannon to hold the line. Dark, he's committing. Void Ray is being chronoed as we speak. The army has arrived. Ooh. And despite the Void Ray popping out, Warp Gate is going to be denied. Takes down the cannon. Does focus on the Cyber Core. We have cannons on the way. The Void Ray will pop, but Lynx, they should be able to flood in. They should be able to surround that Stalker and go for the kill, go for the... No, the Atos's pylon! No, the pylon goes down. Depowers everything. Not like this. That Void Ray has a lot of work to do. We'll kill everything eventually, but the probes are going down one after the other. Again, Shameless, he had no idea what was coming his way. He did not scout, was not aware. He was stuck at home. And Dark, he does break through. You have some cannons in the mineral lines, but the Roaches, they do so well here, just focusing down the cannon, the probes. So far, 21 probe kills. And Dark, he will overwhelm. He will overwhelm this. Again, just the one Void Ray. If Shameless was aware, if he even had the Zonaga, then maybe he would have been able to respond with extra cannons, extra side defense, to keep everything powered, to hold the line that much longer, to produce a second Void Ray. But last, it's too late for that. And with that, 0 probes. 0 workers left. And Dark, he will be able to take this. Meanwhile, a big shout out to Nenu XO. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Pappy. Thanks so much for the raid. We do appreciate it. And GG, Dark, he will take game 2. GG, Dark, he will take game number 2. Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Nenu. Sorry, I was a little bit focused on the game itself, but thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. I'm assuming you were laddering. I'm assuming you were playing StarCraft, so thank you so much. And welcome one and all to the Monday Night Wings of Liberty. This is a special event. Usually we have an open cup. Usually it's the biggest on Monday. Usually it's just an open tournament here in Legacy of the Void. But this week we have a very special Wings of Liberty edition instead, where our players here are competing and playing on the latest patch, I should say the last patch before Heart of the Swarm of Wings of Liberty. Oh boy. That's what we are playing on. And we're in the semifinals. We have Mixu waiting in the grand finals. Mixu is the Finnish Zerg player, and we're here to confirm which of these two will face off against him. Will it be Dark? Will it be Shameless, a Protoss or a Zerg? Dark, he does take a massive lead. So far, it's been a very short series. Game 1, Shameless went for a Proxy 2-gate. Game 2, we saw Shameless go for a Forge Fast Expand. Dark, he was one to go for an all-in, and now we're loading into Game 3. I'm hoping for a back and forth. I'm hoping for a longer series. I'm hoping for some mid-game. But Dark himself is also a very aggressive player. I don't think he really wants to play the mid-game here. We'll see if Shameless can survive. Let's go. Fun fact, Whirlwind was in the ladder in 2016. Yes, as we did mention, Whirlwind was in the ladder back in Legacy of the Void. That's when it did hit the field. That's when I do remember it. I remember watching TY playing on Whirlwind. Do you recall watching GSL? It's crazy to think that even back in 2016, it was the case for a long time where it took a long time for maps to be rotated in, and to actually have newer maps in the map pool was definitely an issue for a long time, even back then. Jesus, how long did we have Abyssal Reef? Like, we had Abyssal Reef for like over a year? It's very long time. Same with Overgrowth. We had Overgrowth for a long time. It will take quite some time for maps to be rotated in and out when it comes to the season of the ladder map pool. Here we go. Whirlwind was the map I beat my first GM player. Let's go. Let's go. As we're loading into game number 3 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Antigua Shipyard, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, leading the series 2-0. It is Dark. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player for Team Little Fairy. It is Shameless. Yo, shout out to Psychons in the chat. Gab, thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing once again for 4 months in a row, or for 4 months, for 2 months in a row. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it always, Pappy always, as we do welcome you all to Antigua Shipyard. Interesting. A very large main base once again. We even have some steam vents here to hide a proxy pylon. I remember watching a game on Antigua Shipyard where there was a proxy pylon here. And we saw some warp ins right into the main. Do recall points of elevation to get into the main base as well. Likewise, a ramp coming into the natural does make it that much more secure. It's a bit of a wider ramp, but a ramp nonetheless, so a secure 2-base setup here for Shameless. The third base likewise also looking very secure. I mean, we can knock down these rocks, that is true, but still it is a smaller third right next to the natural. Likewise, 2 ramps coming into it, so it looks like a really secure 3-base setup here on Antigua Shipyard. The fourth is a different story. The fourth is much more exposed, much more wide, much more out in the open. We have a very exposed goal base here where you can attack from almost a 360 surround. Likewise, the fourth on the right hand side is also very isolated as well. So it looks like if we can get to a 4-way setup, it can be a little bit more awkward. But there it is. Once again, we have a Forge, Fast, Expand economic opener here out of Shameless. I would assume that, well, as I say that, there is no loading position. Darky will spot this, and if Shameless intends a cannon rush, Dark should be able to shut it down. The cannon rush is attempted. If you recall, we did assume it was a cannon rush in the last game, but oh no! The drones almost get the surround. Pylon does complete. And the first cannon's on the way. So far, good setup here by Shameless. More boys being pulled. Can he get these cannons up and running? Ooh, as it looks like one of them should complete. Oh, sorry, that's one cannon. One cannon here for Shameless. And it's not going to finish. Yeah, it's not going to complete. Stark, he completely shuts it down. Oh, he shuts down the cannon rush. Oh, and this is a big investment. This is a big investment for Shameless, and it's not working out well for him. The cannon gets surrounded once again. Not good enough positioning. Likewise, the probe is under fire. Dark is hunting it down. Oh, he gets it. The probe falls. The cannon rush fails. Dark can go back to mining, and Shameless, he will expand. The cannon rush does fail here. That was a big investment. 2 pylons, multiple cannons, multiple cancellations here. Shameless trying to transition out of this, but Dark, I would say, is in a better position, as he's already mining from the natural. He is already mining. I remember playing Abyssal Reef several years ago already. I don't recall it leaving the map pool for that long. Yeah, it was in there for a while. I mean, it's back, so technically it's still there. Este Abyssal Reef. Here we go. As there's a cannon on the way. You see Shameless trying to set up here on the low ground, trying to wall up, and Darky's free to drone. And the big question is, when does Dark take his gases, and how aggressive is he going to be? How tech heavy is he going to be? Here we go. As pylons are being cleaned up. Shameless, last time he attempted to open up Stargates, as 2 links slip in. They disrupt the mining. No major kills. But they slip into the bases, delaying mining time. Cybercore's almost done. And from here we can go for a Robo, Twilight Council, or Stargate. Where does Shameless take us? Where we drop it? Not sure canceling was a good idea there. They were really well placed. I mean, if you're referring to the cannon rush, I mean, Dark was already focusing down the cannons. Like, unfortunately, the cannons weren't going to finish because of the DPS from the drones. The cannons weren't going to complete. Like, Dark, he did shut it down. And now Dark is getting his third. Once again, Stargate follow-up out of Shameless. Most likely Void Ray first. And this time Dark is droning. He's droning, he's getting a third base, now taking his gases, delayed gases for Dark, which means we can embrace a longer game state for the first time this series. Game 1 and Game 2 were hyper aggressive. Here we can finally macro coming into Game 3. They lack surface because of the minerals, no? They did lack surface area, but they were still doing enough damage. Based on the DPS output of those drones, the cannons weren't going to complete. just because of the surround as well. I think Dark, he had 3 or 4 drones attacking if referring to the cannon here, and likewise the cannon in the middle run as well. There were only 2 cannons. Bearing in mind, I did misspeak at the time. There was only 1 cannon here, and the building that was on the right was a pylon, not a second cannon. So this was a pylon, so just 1 cannon, and the one that was here was surrounded. Yeah. So that's my mistake as well. I thought that the second one was a cannon, was a pylon. Yeah. I thought so initially too. Yeah. All good. I thought so as well. It was a pylon. Oh my god. Meanwhile, we're rushing into a fleet beacon. Oh my god. Fleet beacon is on the way for Shameless, which means we're trying to rush into Skytoss. Okay. Bold move. As the Void Ray is hunting down Overlords, denying vision, denying any kind of map presence from Dark. As we rush into the mothership. Mothership's on the way. Let's go. Yo, before the night ends, can we see a vortex? Can we vortex the army? Can we pull it off? As interesting. Oh, okay. So we are rushing into the mothership. We're not making anything out of the Stargate, and we're going for a massive ground switch. We have 6 gates on the way. That's going to be a 7-gate setup here on 2 bases from Shameless. It's going to be an all-in. But I say 7 gates getting... Oh my god, he's not stopping. Jesus. Throwing down even more. Getting up to 8. So it's going to be an 8-gate setup here from Shameless. 2 base all-in. Mothership into everything else. Sentries are building up. Now, the mothership can recall, so we could see Shameless try to skirt around the edge of the map and try to recall right into the main and try to force field the ramp. That could be an option for Shameless with those sentries. I mean, we have seen many a game in the past in the history of StarCraft end like that, where you rush into the mothership, you recall into the main, you force field the ramp, and then you just end it then and there, as there's just no answer for the Zerg. There it is, mothership has arrived. Yo, the passive cloak. Let's go. Oh no! Oh, Ling's a scout. Ling, I believe, did see the mothership. Did confirm. Queens are massing up. Darky supply blocked. Ooh, Dropper Lords. I like this. Oh, sorry, not Dropper Lords. We do have our Infestor upgrade on the way. Borrow, Tunneling Claws. For some reason, I was like, oh, yo, if we get Dropper Lords, we can actually drop back into the main. But that's not happening. Mothership's moving out. Again, we're setting up for the recall. What do we have? We have mass sentries, zealots, stalkers. Like, again, the win condition for Shameless is to fight his way to the ramp. But you can see Dark, because it's on the mothership, he is split up. Oh, I say that. Is he pushing? Yeah, Roaches are somewhat in position. They can reactively go into the main. And again, all Dark has to do is just make sure that this area does not get force fielded. So he's setting up. Overseer's on the way. Here comes the mothership. And Darky's already waiting. Already in position. Yeah, the recall is going to be denied. Queens, they dive in. Mothership taking a lot of hits. Up. Takes a lot of damage. Oh my god, there's a fumble. There's the recall. But the last mothership goes down. The army gets surrounded. And Shameless is going to lose everything here. He gets collapsed upon. The Zealots are stuck on the cliff. No, they can't help. GG, good luck. And Dark will take the series 3-0. Will advance on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. I appreciate the attempted recall there. Unfortunately, it got scouted ahead of time. Darky saw the mothership. You could see that Darky had already pre-split his army. The potency, the power behind that build is the surprise factor, is to be able to catch your opponent off guard and to sneak across the map to get into that main base. It is possible, but alas, not here, not this time. GG. GG. Here we go. So we are getting into our grand finals. And I'm curious if the finals is going to be a PVZ. Okay. Let's go. Now, if you've been watching StarCraft as of late, you would know that Dark has been off racing. Dark has been playing a lot of Protoss. He's been playing a lot of Protoss. Oh, but he's saying he can random. Let's go. So Dark he's been playing a lot of Protoss, specifically against Zerg. For those that have been missing out, in Elite League, in Pegasaur Monday, in the Wardy TV Monday, in many online events so far, Dark, he has been avoiding ZVZ and he's been playing Protoss. He's been playing Protoss instead. So Dark, he's still deciding what race he's going to play. Is deciding. Well, sorry, what were the terms? It was Elite League, it was Pegasaur Monday, it was the Wardy TV Monday, as well as Little League Cup. That's it, Little League Cup as well. And I think I'm missing one. KSL, that's it, KSL. So 5. So for the past 5 events in the past week, Dark has been playing Protoss. Let's go. And yeah, Dark, he's actually telling us he was a Terran player in Wings of Liberty. Okay. Let's go. So we might have a TVZ. Yet to be determined. For now, I'll leave Dark's race as random, as the random icon. We'll see what he plays. It's going to. He's still deciding. So he might play Protoss, he might play Terran, he might play random. He's thinking random. Oh boy. Mixu most likely will just main Zerg. He'll most likely main Zerg. But we'll see. We go. As the vetoes are underway. So for now, we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a very short break here, and we're nearing the end of the broadcast. One series left at the grand finals to determine our special Wings of Liberty champion. We'll see you soon. We'll see you soon. When we come back from the break, we'll have our best of 5. What matchup? I don't know. We'll find out. We'll get there. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the grand finals of the Monday Night Wings of Liberty Special Tournament. Welcome, one and all. It's been a fun event so far, experiencing everything, and for the first time here tonight, we are loading into Scrap Station. We're taking a bit of a trip back down memory lane to 2012, to 2012, I should say. To 2012. It's been far too long, and we are loading into the first time to Scrap Station. In the top left-hand corner, we have the Finnish Zerg player, the blue Zerg. It is Mixu. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, rolling his main race, we have the red Zerg player, not Terran, from South Korea. It is Dark. Now, I say rolling his race. Dark, he did pick Zerg. Coming into this, he said Scrap Station, Zerg map. So, Dark, it looks like he's going to be switching race depending on the map itself. And this has an insanely short rush distance. If you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Dark is going to be the favorite player, but I mean, it's Wings of Liberty. It's a crazy map pool. Anything is possible. I'm here. I'm ready to experience the nonsense that is this finals. Let's go. We have a large main, by the way. So large main bases, short rush distance by air. We have some island base. Let's go. We have an island in the center, and of course a very direct path from base to base. We're touching tips here when it comes to how close these bases are from each other. It is insane. Despite that, hatch first. Hatch first by Mixu, hatch first by Dark. We are not going for early pool timings, and because of the overlords, they confirm this as well. Fun fact, there was actually a build, not in Wings of Liberty, there was a build in Heart of the Swarm, I want to say, maybe early Legacy, where you would actually, if you remember, Cats in ZVZ, what he would do, it would be a similar situation. I think this happened on Habitation Station. I think it was Habitation Station, where Cats, he went for a fast Spore. He went for a Spore here in the main base, add a Vision. The Overlord comes in for a Scout because of the short rush distance by ground. Sorry, by air. So the Overlord comes in for a Scout, Spore finishes, and then Cats, he rushes in with the Spore. He 12 pulls behind it, I believe, and he kills the Overlord, supply blocks his opponent, and then Link Floods. It was a crazy Cats build back on Habitation Station, and I believe that Sue did that as well, and I think Sue did it in GSL. I think he gave that build to Sue, and Sue, he also won with it. In GSL at the time. Crazy build. But you can do stuff, you can do like crazy stuff like that when it comes to trying to catch out the first Overlord in ZVZ. Of course, here on Wings of Liberty, you do require an Evo chamber for a Spore, so different kind of story. But for now, we are going for a hatch setup here. Fast bases, fast expansions. Mixu going for something a little bit more standard. Hatch first, yes, into all these gases. Oh my god. 3 gases on the way for Mixu. Are we rushing into a lair? Are we rushing into 2-base Muta? That'd be crazy. Okay, yeah, my attention. Gases are on the way. Prioritizes that gas mining. I mean, 2-base play here feels really risky just because of how indefensible these locations are, but sure, okay. Of course, we have to knock down these rocks to gain access to the other side of the map. This map actually reminds me of Arena. Do you remember Arena? Very similar, where very short rush distance by air. You'd have a very thin kind of entry point. I think the difference in Arena, if I remember correctly, is instead of rocks, it was like a 1-hex wall where you can wall off with a pylon. I think you can wall off with a pylon or wall off with a depot. Here, the entry point is much wider instead. And of course, rocks. And there it is, 2-base Muta. So 2-base Muta on the way from Mixu. Meanwhile, Dark is in the dark. He did rush into the faster third base, going for the Baneliness, going to Ling Bane Aggression. This map is so quirky. We have like this little alcove here. I guess for drop play. To help defend that natural. I mean, there's a very narrow corridor leading into the natural as well. True. So you can make use of the high ground. Lair is finishing up. 4th gas guys are on the way. What did Dark see? He hasn't seen much. Oh! Tries to dip in with that Ling. And he will not scout the Lair. The Lair is at the natural. Not in the main. The Spire as well. Dark, he confirms the 2nd gas. But he still has only a piece of the puzzle here. Coming with another Ling. Going straight for the natural. And he will scout. He gets eyes on the gases, the Lair, and the spawning pool. Big moment here for Dark. He sees everything he needs to. And he's committing here to link main aggression. Remember, no bathing nest. No bathing nest for Mixu. Purely queens and a handful of links. Link speed is done, thankfully, for both players. Zaki's here to punish. Oh, he's here to punish. Oh, almost gets us around. Almost. Pulls away. Bathing's almost done. There we go. One bathing in the main base does complete. Oh, no! Oh, my God. No major connection. Does zone away. Bathing gets targeted down. Nice control here at Mixu. He's holding on. He's holding. But only for so long as both queens get surrounded. The queens go down. And Dark, he has done it. He is breaking through. There is a spine crawler in the main, though. Spine crawler does complete. Spine crawler the natural as well. Ooh, massive connections. Lings get completely shut down. And Dark, he has done it. He's broken the main. Lings are falling drones as well. Lair is done, but we can't make any mutas. It's not going to happen. GG gets called, and Dark, he will overwhelm. Dark takes game number 1. GG. Dark, he will take a lead in the series. Again, Mixu was being very greedy going into 2-base muta on a map where the natural is exposed. Remember, there's no ramp coming into the natural, so very difficult to defend on 2 bases. And Dark did completely take advantage of that. He pulled Mixu apart. It was a cheeky move out of Mixu, but again, he was very vulnerable as a result. And Dark took full advantage of that vulnerability. GG. GG well played. Dark will take a lead in the series, and now we are getting ready for game number 2. As a reminder, this is a full best of 5, and depending on the map, Dark did say that he might be switching races, depending on how large or how small the map is. We'll see if Dark does embrace either Terran or Protoss. We'll see. We shall see. Even though Dark has been playing a lot of Protoss in recent times, because Protoss is very different in Wings of Liberty, it might not be worth investing. It might not be worth playing it, as it is, yeah, just a very different race, very different dynamic. Playing that Protoss, we'll see. We shall see. So now getting into game 2. Getting into game number 2 here. It's going to be on Ohana. Okay. We're loading into Ohana. It means family. Let's go. I'm here for it. And the question becomes, does Dark play Terran or Protoss? And the answer is yes. Let's go. So again, as we mentioned, Dark, he is going to be picking races depending on the map. And here for game number 2, he has settled on Protoss. So game 1 ZVZ, game 2 ZVP, game 3 ZVT, potentially. He might play all 3. He might play all 3 races. As we are loading in. It's family time. As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Ohana, we have the blue Zerg player from the land of Finland down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is Mixu. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss. It is Dark. Was that hard that had siege drops? Legacy. So it was the beginning of Legacy of the Void. If you're referring to Tankovax was the idea that you could actually lift tanks sieged. You can lift and drop tanks, and they remain sieged, both lifted and both within and outside of the medevac. It was crazy. So Tankovax were a thing in Legacy of the Void. That was patched out of Legacy, but it was there for, I want to say, the first year, the first year of Legacy of the Void, if that's what you're referring to. Which was crazy. Tankovax were disgusting. Yeah. So that was Legacy. That was Legacy. Wings of Liberty is in a way the opposite. In Wings of Liberty, you had to research Siege. Like, Siege mode was a research that you had to invest into. Tanks, as they spawn out of factories, do not know how to siege up. So it's the polar opposite here for Wings of Liberty. They had to learn how to siege. For now, though, Dark coming in with the pylon block will delay the expansion. Does force the pull first. Pull first out of Mixu. Back at home, we have our Forge Fast Expand. We did have a cannon rush previously with in the Shameless series, but we should not be seeing one here. Should not be seeing cannon rush, just straight up Nexus into a wall on the high ground. Let's go. But it's crazy to think that, I mean, StarCraft has been around for over 10 years, well over 10 years at this point, 15 years even, coming up on. And due to all the, even without the expansions, but because of all the expansions, because of all the patches, there are so many different versions and like variations of SC2, like each playing like so differently as well. It's crazy how the game has evolved over time. Crazy. As Mixu does move out. Now takes his expansion, delayed natural here out of Mixu. No early gases, no early link speed. And again, welcome one and all to Ohana, as it is a very defendable map here. Your natural has a very narrow ramp coming into the natural itself, so very defendable on 2 bases. You can also fully wall off this area, knock down these rocks, and gain access to your 3rd base, which likewise also you can defend from your main, and also has a choke point coming into it. So there's no, unfortunately there's no high ground here, but regardless, your 3 base setup is quite secure. The 4th base is more exposed, whether you expand towards your opponent on the right, or away from yourself on the left. I would imagine that you want to be taking the right-hand base. It is a little bit more secure with all these ramps, with all the high ground, but still very isolated base here, and it does force you to spread out. Regardless, I could definitely see Dark playing out into the mid game here, at least getting into a 3-base economy, I would imagine. Likewise, Mixu double expanding. Again, his natural is late, so he has to make up for that. Does take a faster 3rd. And Mixu does keep up with the probe. Is aware. We'll chase it down. We'll chase it down. Behind this is going to be a Robo follow-up here out of Dark. Okay. Get into his Robo. So far, so good. And with this Robo opener, I would imagine working towards Colossus production into the Bay, into Colossus. Would make the most sense. And as was stated earlier, Colossus and Wings of Liberty do a lot more damage. They do a lot more damage here. They're insane. They don't care whether you're light or armored. They just do a flat amount of damage instead. Which is why, I mean, Colossus-based compositions were a lot more common back in the day. A lot more common. Ooh, initially, though, Immortal production from Dark. Let's go. Immortals are building up. Back at home, Mixu still droning. Going into his Evo chamber. Into melee, I would imagine. Into those upgrades. There we go. Plus 1 melee on the way. This tells us that Mixu, this is very, there we go, range. I was going to say, if he goes into melee, this is really modern, which I don't think works as well, going into Ling Hydra, but range tells us that this may be, yeah, Roach base instead. There we go. It's going to be Roach Hydra. A much more classic composition. Dark building on more gateways. Getting a 2nd Immortal, 3rd Immortal's on the way. No Bay, no Colossus, by the way. Just pure Immortal. And we're setting up for a 2-base all-in. We have a 5-gate setup here. Did I say 5? Getting up to 6. Can we get up to 8? We're almost there. There's 7. Una más. One more. As 2 bases can facilitate 8 gates, just 8-gate reinforcements. And we're setting up for a Soul Train. Massive Mortal Sentry into a 2-base all-in. We have no setup outside, not yet. Lings are spread out. Roaches are amassing for Mixu. And we'll see if he can survive. As the War Prism's on the way. And here comes the push, here comes the all-in. Imagine knocking down the Forge. We're just elevatoring over. There we go, more sentries. MC, is that you? Oh my god. Dark is committing. There's the 8th gateway. That should be the final gateway here for Dark. And now just purely reinforcing with just mass gateway units. There we go. Does hop over the wall. Overseer Scout coming in. Mixu, he does cut worker production here at 2.5 bases. Under a 3 base economy. And here comes the all-in. At the same time, Mixu is getting ready for a counterattack. Now, remember this. Dark has no recall. There is no recall for Dark. Likewise, there is a cannon at least. There are going to be defensive warp-ins. Dark pushes as he moves out. Mixu moves in. Does move in. Surrounds Zealot. There's the defensive warp-in. Mixu catching a Zealot. Gee, that's so many sentries. That's so many sentries. And we spoke about this earlier. Ravagers do not exist. Ravagers, they are not a thing. So force fields, they completely shut down the Zerg army. That's kind of the big power here behind this kind of soul train. Is there are no biles. But there is a concave. Oh. Mixu goes for the dive. So far. Leads they come in for the surround. And so many roaches, they just force field it out. They do nothing. Oh my god. Yeah, they just get locked out of the fights. So far, well played here by Dark. He's pushing in. And once again, it's on Dark to try to cut the army in half. Well, a little bit premature, though. Does force field, does buy time. Getting extra warp-ins. Catching out more lings. As Mixu's roach army is getting larger. Building up more roaches. I want to say that the longer this goes on, the better it is going to be for Mixu. But it still comes down to the engage. Mixu with scouts looks for a 3rd base. Dark peeling up, dropping into the main. Use some force fields. He has to be careful though. Oh no, he can no shot. He force fields the ramp, and I mean, what do we do? We're locked out. Mixu, he will lose the expansion. This main base, it's gone. It's gone at this point. Dark, all he has to do is just make sure that he just force fields that ramp, and that's just a dead base. That's just a dead expansion. Mixu, he can't do anything. He's going for a counterattack. Trying to come in from behind. Surrounding the main army. Oh, decent force fields. Yeah, roaches are locked out. Despite that, here comes the surround. Dark has to pull away. Likewise still does force field. But he gets surrounded. He gets caught out. The immortal count is going to be completely reset. The prism is not there to support. And Mixu, he's going for the base trade. He should move out. I would imagine he's going for the base trade here. No, never mind. He turns back around. Again, Mixu, he will lose the main. But he resets the immortal count. Mixu is still in this. Again, there's still no way to get into the main. I guess it's not happening. As the expansion is going to fall. Spawning pool. Evo chamber. Mixu, now he decides to move out. Remember, there's no recall. There's no recall back home. But we can see Dark amassing up more sentries, more force fields. Pushing up this ramp is not going to be easy. I mean, same setup here. All he needs is a couple of force fields, and these roaches, they will do nothing. Like, force fields are just so much stronger here in Wings of Liberty. Oh, he gets in. He does get in. Dark has to get the hell out of here. Ah, but he catches all these roaches. Oh, the burrow! He saves the roaches. Rocks are being knocked down. Dark, does he notice in time? Does he notice? He does. He is aware. Cannons provide detection. Oh, he's coming in. He's sneaking in, Pappy. Let's go. There's the Unburrow. Yeah, dives on the army, and Dark, he will lose everything here. He will lose everything. Tries to rotate down. And Mixu, despite being stuck on 2 bases here, I mean, he still has a decent economy. He has a large army. Mixu, he can still pull this off. Dark, what's the plan? Does he expand? Does he get a 3rd? As he has to rebuild his immortal count back up to 3. Not bad. Oh. Does build up those immortals. Mixu moving forward. Now, Mixu, he cannot break this. He cannot break this location, which is why I'm curious to see if Dark expands. Mixu is retaking his main. Does Dark attempt to expand? Mixu going into Infestors. And there it is. There's that bird. Why did Dark race switch? If you've been watching StarCraft recently, you know that Dark has been playing a lot of Protoss for the past couple of weeks. He has been competing in pro play and in big events as Protoss. Specifically against Zerg, though. Bear that in mind. Dark, he doesn't play Protoss against Terran. He plays Protoss against Zerg. So he has been race switching very often as of late. It's very similar to like Raynor and Clem and Eva and some of the others. Just avoiding that mirror matchup. Ooh, looking at the roaches, very nice catch. There is an observer, and the roaches are so slow. Oh my god, they can't escape. They're trying. Again, as a reminder, tunneling claw roaches are far slower than in current modern StarCraft. So trying to burrow away is brutal. Meanwhile, Mixu re-expanding. His economy is still in the gutter. Wolverine doesn't. The pickup range, yes. The pickup range was increased in Legacy. So here it is reduced. That is true. So it is a more difficult, not impossible, but more difficult to, you know, juggle units and to pick up micro in Legacy, in Wings of Liberty. Is something to bear in mind. As Mixu is about to max out. But again, the reality is, doesn't matter how large this Roach army is. I mean, first things first, it is an inefficient army. But likewise, because of the power of these force fields, Mixu cannot really make use of the entire force all at once. As Dark, he should be able to slice it up and fight like a third at a time or half at a time. Oh, here come the Puggles though. Guys are coming in. Dark, he's got to back off. Doesn't want to get caught out. He spots the army. He's going to try to escape. Can he blink in time? He can. He saves some Stalkers, but not all. The rest get locked down. Nice catch here by Mixu. Oh, jeez. That's a lot of Immortals. Jesus. There's a lot of Immortals here for Dark. I mean, again, without Disruptors, you have to rely more heavily on Immortals instead. It's a very heavy Immortal army. As Mixu is being active, catches the Observer. Observer goes down. Stargate's on the way for Dark, building up towards Skytos, which does make sense. As he's building up towards Skytos, we have the Hive and a Spire on the way for Mixu. Mixu's economy is still lackluster. He still doesn't really have the best economy to work with here, but he's maxed. Is maxed out. Dark taking a fourth. And again, because of the natural at least, yeah, Dark, he can actually defend here. Should be able to hold on. Has yet to reposition though. Observer moves in. The Observer, the size of the Observer is still catching me off guard. It's so small. It's tiny now. Oh, he gets one. He gets one. Gets two. Oh my god. Almost to Infestors. Nice catch here out of Dark. Catching out the army. Makes you have to be very careful here. Greater Spires on the way. Fleet Beacon for Dark. Into the Mothership. Into Carrier. Could go Void Ray, true. As Mixu is going to try to waddle in towards that natural, but there are cannons in position. There is detection. Oh, god, yeah. Again, the slow crawl of the roaches. They cannot get in. Storm's gonna be popping up. Here come the Infestitarian. But they're gonna get shut down. They do not morph in time. Likewise, Stalker counterattack here across the map, catching out the Queens. And Mixu's being pulled apart. He's racing back home. Queens are falling. Drones as well. I mean, Mixu doesn't really have much of an economy to begin with. Going for another warp in. As I'll say, bust into the bases here. We have Zealots at the 4th, at the 3rd, and in the natural. They're being distracted though. They're being cleaned up. And as these Zealots are distracting, here comes the mothership. The mothership is soon to arrive. Oh, he kills the 4th base as well. Ay, ay, ay. Now, thankfully, Mixu he had a 5th. More Zealots warp in. More drones going down. And Darky pushes right down mid. Corruptors are revealed. And he can't fight this head on, but he has to respect those infestors. Uh-oh. Does have to respect them. The Dark does go for the Neural. Neural's part of the army. The Storms, they blanket everything, though. The infestors go down. The Infestitarian as well. They do not complete. One Infestitarian pops out. Dark, he does take the greater fight, but here come the Broodlords. And that's the answer to the problem of Dark. Of this death wolf of an army. Is rushing into Broods. Here we go. And Dark, he's not ready. He's not ready for Broodlords. Fun fact, we actually casted a very similar game to this, like last week. Shin versus Dark. Shin versus Dark on Erahome. We casted them face off. And Dark, he had also gone into Charger Archon Storm Immortal. And Shin rocked up with just barely Broodlords in time, and he won the game. He won the game with Broodlords. So Mixu doing his best Shin impression. Let's go. The deja vu is real. Broodlords have arrived, and more infestors building up. And again, Dark, he's just not ready for Broodlords. He was hyper fixated on a ground army. Moves in, does get 3 cannons. And again, Dark, like, how can he engage? Mothership does help. Now, how does Dark deal with this? Show us the Vortex. Fappy, is it Vortex time? Do we Vortex? Do we come in with the Archon toilet? Maybe. Maybe that's the answer. Dark, he's ready. He's got the energy. Mate, no shot. Let's go. Can he land it? Up. Likewise. Storms, they shut down the Infestitarians. Mothership coming in from behind. Do we land it? Oh, let's go! He got the Vortex. The Archons are coming in. He dives up with the Archons. Oh, he tries to at least. The Archons are too far behind. They're a little bit too far behind. Trying to move forward. Bungle, they lock him down. And there we go. The rest of the army. He gets in. Oh my god. He gets in. The battle. Oh my god. The Archon toilet. He kills everything. The more GG. Dark with the Vortex. Let's go. Oh my god. GG, well played. He lands it on the Broodlords, dives in with everything he can. And again, for those that are curious, the quote-unquote Archon toilet. A Vortex, it sucks everything in. Friendly units and enemy units alike. What happens though when they all pop out? I mean, if you know, Archons, they do splash damage. So everything pops out clumped up. The Archons, they get their first shot off. And the Archons, they kill everything as it pops out of the Vortex. So that is kind of like the insta-kill move. Is you Vortex, you dive in with your Archons, and then when everything pops out, everything dies. Everything dies then and there. GG. Whew. And Dark, he takes a 2-0 lead. We got the Vortex. That's all we wanted out of today's broadcast. There's a reason why Vortex is no longer in the game, by the way. It's broken. It's completely broken. Let's go. Imagine that happened after the armies postured around each other for 10 minutes with only drones workers died. That's Wings Libby PVZ. Yep, yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. It all comes down to one vortex. That's all it comes down to. And here we go. We're now getting into game 3. We're going to be loading into Daybreak and Dark. He is playing every single race. Game 1, Zerg. Game 2, Protoss. Game 3, we experience his Terran. As spawning in the top side of Daybreak, we have the Finnish Zerg player down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. I mean, hey, he had a good chance in that last game. He had some good opportunities for himself, especially with those Broodlords, but barely, it wasn't quite able to pull it off. And here we go. It is Mixu. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent again playing all 3 races here. We have the South Korean and now Terran player. It is Dark. He wins with Zerg. He wins with Protoss. What do you have for us here with Terran? Let's go. Squirtle versus MVP. Let's go. Archon toileting a 200 supply battle cruiser army. Oh my god. I remember Squirtle. Good times, good times. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. I mean, it leads to explosive moments. It does lead to it. True, true. But at the same time, likewise, there's a reason why it's no longer in the game. It would have been nice if we had it in some form. I guess like the replacement for the Vortex is the slow zone, right? The slow zone that the Mothership has now. Which is less exciting, but probably more balanced. Because the Vortex is that, like, the problem with the Vortex is that there's no counterplay. That's the biggest problem, is that you throw it down and what do you do? Like what can you can't, like, it just instantly sucks everything in, right? Like the counterplay is obviously like trying to keep your army pre-split, make sure you don't stack, avoid the Mothership at all costs, potentially try to come in with like a crazy neural from behind on the Mothership or something. Like you have to do like backflips and like you have to do all these gymnastics to like to try to avoid that kind of game state or that kind of move, right? So in the end we just got rid of it, like in SE2. But I appreciate seeing it. Like, it's, yeah, I appreciate seeing it at least here for a nostalgia trip. As Mixu, he's going hatch before pool. As was stated earlier, the reason why you can be this greedy going gasless, essentially, there's the pool into gas, is because no Reaper. There is no Reaper. Well, technically, there is a Reaper in the game, but the Reaper requires the tech lab, so it's just not worth it. It's just not worth opening Reaper. It's just so out of the way when it comes to your production. So with that, the Terran player has no way to really harass outside of proxying, of course. You can proxy 2 racks, proxy 3 racks, but alas, there is no proxy. Dark, he's hunting down the Overlord. He's looking for it, and he barely does miss the Overlord here as it's hidden on the left-hand side. Barely does miss it. Behind this, going for his 1-1 setup. Dark gets all top 3 race prizes. That's a good question. I don't know how that works. I would imagine not. I would imagine, to be fair, like I would imagine they count Dark as a Zerg player, so they're able to spread the love. I think that I think that goes against the spirit of the bonus prize for the races. I think that goes against it. So I would imagine Dark, he's going to be categorized as Zerg, despite playing all 3 races, of course. I'm sure Stegosaurus will have like a better answer, but I would assume that that's the case. I would assume. One of the most iconic S2 games of all time, for sure, for sure. For sure. No combat jokes to Reaper either. True, true. As the first Hellion does get across the map, rends the mineral line. I think you know what the Vortex reminds me of? Because we've been casting a lot of StarCraft Evolution as of late. If you missed out on it, I recommend the VODs. Like, StarCraft Evolution has been a lot of fun. And in StarCraft Evolution, the spells are crazy good as we bust into middle and drones are getting roasted. Oh no! Oh my god, drones are getting roasted. Getting 4 drones already. The larva lines up. Thankfully, do morph into eggs. But Darky's punishing Mixu. Mixu delayed link speed. No link speed, no links to defend. Drones are getting roasted one after the other. 6, 7 drone kills already. Oh no. And Darky's not done. He's merely only begun here. Punishing the greed. Oh god. As this is going to be 11 drones falling, and the Hellions, they survive. They get out behind this spores. Sorry, we have Banshees on the way. As a reminder, you cannot actually make a spore without an Evo chamber. Banshee's coming out next, and I'm concerned here that Darky's going to kill Mixu just by harassing. Oh no, not like this. Link speed is going to finish, thankfully. Roaches are amassing as well, so we have a defense for these Hellions, but I am very concerned for the Banshees. Very concerned. Oh, as we get 3 more drones line up. Hellions pull away. Banshee into the main, and there's no spore. There's no spore in position. There's no lair either. Is this it? Thankfully, there's no cloak. Cloak is still halfway done. But, yeah, Mixu here is trying to keep up here. Behind this, third CC's on the way. There's that lair, now morphing in. Remember, no spores. And cloak is almost done. We're getting there. Darky threatens another dive. Cloak finishing up in a couple of seconds. The Banshees are together. They can one-shot drones. Evo chamber's on the way. Mixu, he needs that Evo chamber. Desperately does need it. It's about to finish. Banshees, they hit the main, and drones are going down. The Evo chamber's not done. The Evo chamber's not done. Lair isn't done either. There's no detection. Queens are getting shut down as well. It's 1 queen. Going for the second. I mean, again, Darky can just keep going. There's nothing to stop him. There's nothing here. I just want to change drones. GG gets called. There is no answer. And Dark, he will take the series at 3-0. As he as he rallies in towards the end. And Dark, he will take the series 3-0, becoming our Wings of Liberty Pick-a-Sword Monday champion. GG, well played. The Monday Night Wings of Liberty champion, I should say. Congratulations. Again, we saw a treat here. Dark playing every single race in the finals, winning with every race as well. As a reminder, if I didn't make it clear, there were no spores because there was no Evo chamber. Back in Wings of Liberty, you actually, the spore had a prerequisite. Did require you to have an Evo chamber first before you can actually make a spore. So because of that, there was no detection, there was no spore. The Evo chamber was finishing up a second too late, and with that, Dark did pull him apart. Likewise, because of the delayed gas opener of Mixu without link speed, the Hellions completely pulled Mixu apart. Link speed was delayed because of the greedy build of Mixu, because he had gone into a double hatch before pool, before gas geyser as well. So Dark just completely punishing Mixu's build completely, and with that, snowballing out of control. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Dark. My condolences to Mixu, but a good result nonetheless to make it to the finals. So very impressive run here out of Mixu to make it as far as he did. As Mixu, he took down Nicoract, took down Creature, took down Gerald to make it to those grand finals. Was not an easy road for Mixu whatsoever. So GG. GG, well played. Dark to take in the end. And something that I wanted to speak about, and we didn't really get into it just because of the harassment from Dark, is that we have been casting a lot of StarCraft Evolution as of late. We've been casting a lot of StarCraft Evolution, and something that I noticed here in this series, in these games, is that there were certain things, certain similarities. What I'm referring to here is in StarCraft Evolution, or in Brood War, the spells are so much more impactful. Like, mate, when a plague goes down, when a dark swarm goes down, when a lockdown occurs, even when storms get placed, it's crazy. Like, they're so much stronger, whether it's in Brood War, whether it's in StarCraft Evolution, they're so much more impactful as well. And they make for like these really like exciting moments where you pop off, you're like, it's crazy. He lands the plague, he lands the dark swarm, and you get like these really explosive fights. In SE2, I got that vibe with the Vortex. Like, I got that vibe with the Vortex. Likewise, there was another moment as well. The Fungals, right? The Fungals as well. Mate, you land a Fungal, that's it. It's over. Like, your army gets locked in place, and it ends then and there. You could argue that because of that, I mean, it means that there's, like, as we mentioned at the time, less counterplay, right? There's a little bit less counterplay. In Brood War, the issue is solved because units are cheaper, and you're able to reproduce a lot faster in Brood War. So even if you take a lost fight, you can actually still sustain yourself even with a lower economy and lower base counts. Like, you're able to keep the game going, keep the fights going as well. Like, that's the big thing with StarCraft Evolution is fights. They happen more frequently, they happen more often, and they keep going and they don't stop. Like, whereas in SE2, it's a little bit more one and done. And in SE2, the spells they have been lessened. Coming into Legacy of the Void, of course. Like, Fungal slows the army instead of locking it down. Storms, like, you can at times weather the storm, of course. It's, in a way, it's better because there's more, like, counterplay, true, but it's also very different. It's very different. And, yeah, I don't know, it's just something that I did notice coming into at least Wings of Liberty here, and seeing some of those big moments as well. GG well played. It reminds me, it wasn't just the Vortex or the Fungal, but the force field, like the force fields, we were taking note of it in the Gerald series because there's no Ravagers, because again, there's no counterplay. When you see those force fields, it's like it's more impressive and it's more decisive. It's very different. The vibe is very different. It's very different, despite it being the same game. So interesting. Not saying it's better. I do think that the version that we have of Legacy is more balanced and is probably better competitively. But like viewership wise, or like watching like these moments, I think can be a little bit more hype because of that. Or like example, like when it comes to like the force field, I was talking about Gerald, but even the Dark series, when he got into the main and when he force fielded the ramp, it's like, damn, well that's it. Like, that's just a dead main. It's much more unforgiving. Crazy. Much more unforgiving. With that, GG. With that, GG well played. Dark does take the win. And yeah, with that, we're done for the morning. We are wrapping up here for the morning. Again, it was a fun nostalgia trip going back to Wings of Liberty. It was definitely a little fun. And if you want some more StarCraft, we have you covered coming into the rest of the evening. Again, our schedule is bam here before you. We have 2 casts a day every single day. Our next cast is going to be at 6 p.m. KST. It's in 3.5 hours. I'm a little bit concerned with how close some of these broadcasts are to each other, but it is going to be in 6.5 hours. We're going to be live with the OSC Season 12 Championship. I'm working off of very little sleep, and I most likely won't be able to nap beforehand, so I'm probably going to get some coffee and going to try to weather through the storm here. OSC Season 12 Championship, it's going to be in, again, 3 hours? Oh boy. It's not long at all. Oh good. 3.5 hours. So in 3.5 hours time, we're going to be back. We're going to be live with some more StarCraft. Tomorrow we have a Lima League. The day after that we have the Enki Pro Series. We have KSL, the Podcast, Amantes. We have Kung Fu Cup Warcraft 3 edition, by the way, with Warcraft 3 Evolution. We have Code for Giants Cup, MSO, SEL, and STC. Plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft coming up ahead of us. Again, this was a one-off event. It's up to the organizers of the tournament if they want to do this again, and it was fun. It was refreshing. Are we gonna see more of this? Maybe like, I don't know, maybe once a month sort of thing. Maybe we'll have like our regular weeklies, and then bam, pop up with like a Wings of Liberty tournament every now and then. What comes next? Maybe Heart of the Swarm. Heart of the Swarm was definitely like my game. I watched Wings of Liberty from afar, that is true, but I didn't really watch much esports. Like I watched like games casted by like HD or Husky, but I never watched anything live. I didn't have the bandwidth for it, to be fair. I didn't have the internet to watch anything live. It wasn't until Heart of the Swarm, it wasn't until Total Biscuit, he formed Axiom, where I had a reason to. I was like, oh, yo, Axiom, let's go. I became a big fan of Axiom, big fan of TB, and I would, of course, watch them religiously when it came to their matches, like in GSTL or in DreamHacks or in WCS Premier League, even in Acer Team Story Cup and all those events back in the day, Zotac Cups, you know, your weeklies, Go for StarCraft, all that stuff. So yeah. Would we see Heart of the Swarm again? Maybe. It comes down to Stegosaurus, comes down to Pig, comes down to Artosis. The nostalgia trip is real. Maybe. We'll see. We shall see. Get some well-deserved rest. I'll get some food. That's what I'm gonna get. I'm gonna get some food. Again, we're gonna be back in 3 hours time. I'll rest up as best as I can for both streams. Gracias, papi, gracias. Este psych. Gran torneo, me encantó. Sí, papi, sí. It was a lot of fun. But yeah, with that, thanks for watching. Thanks for support. Again, if you see something that you like here, we have plenty of content on the channel, plenty of StarCraft, plenty of casting. We cast more than any other channel out there. We have the quantity, pal. We have all the quantity. We have all the matches, all the games, all the StarCraft. We're back in 3 hours time. Otherwise, thanks for watching. You can follow us on all the social medias. You can follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. All things CranKy Ducklings. We do post it whenever we go live, so you can follow us if you wish. Otherwise, we'll see you guys either in 3 hours or tomorrow. Again, Alima League is going to be tomorrow, so plenty of content. Depending on your time zone, we got something for you then and there. If you cannot watch live, check out YouTube. Check out our YouTube channel because we have plenty of content on YouTube as well. Check us out there. Otherwise, thanks for watching. We'll see you later tonight, tomorrow, whenever we see you. See you next time. Ciao, papi, ciao. See you next time. Hasta luego. Hasta luego, papi.